Choco if I type solos. Well, so the strategy of just avoid Elena doesn't work if Elena is in the final zone with you. So the strategy is avoid Elena, and if you can somehow fuck up her game, do it. That is
Musician had gotten carried away with drugs and died in 2004. The official punishment for Burns' escapade was his demotion, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Pick two-handed Sordiyuki. Actually, who counters? I don't know. I have no idea.
Come to TurboTax and don't do your taxes. Meet with an expert who will do them for you, so you can do not taxes.
How should this rapier cooldown? Because that felt short AF.
They just treated the scientist with amnestics and turned him loose in the world. About 10 years have gone by since the drafting of this protocol. With that much time having passed, intrusive memories of his work could have emerged. He most likely witnessed Incident 149-1. The scientist understood that a breach of the Bloodfly's containment could lead to a global-scale contagion, and now this memory is coming back to him in his nightmares. Object SCP-149 itself is not really all that fantastic. Similar reproduction mechanisms are found in several known species of parasites. They use their host's bodies for nutrition and reproduction. For example, there are ticks, or Trombiculidae, who go through 4 stages of development from egg to
rapier skill, let's see. It
way,
has a cooldown of 18 seconds. What the fuck?
And of course people. The eggs hatch into
That
larvae
is
feed on the cells of their prey.
for 5-meter
Once on the
dash
skin, they release
range.
a digestive enzyme that dissolves the
That's
cells into
kinda
nutritious
insane.
soup. The parasite crawls under the skin, eats it, and lives under it, causing severe itching, swelling, redness, and rashes. The difference in the reproduction of ticks and that of SCP-149 is that upon having eaten enough to transform into an adult, the Trombiculidae larvae falls to the ground. There, it turns into a pupa.
Yes, what does he do with this meteor?
One peculiarity of SCP-149
Oh, he just died.
mosquitoes don't bring their eggs directly
What, did he
into the
die
host's
too?
blood, but a virus instead. It's quite possible that the
Camillo?
bloodflies were
Oh, it's a
created by humans
it's a
during experiments with
haha
anomalous
funny
subjects.
rapier Camillo. Point and click is on top of you. Wait, he just fought that. Why does he try to fight this? Just run. Actually, yeah, never mind. You can't run from rapier Camillo. Because he uses E to get near you here. So he tries to get him as far away as possible, Q's away, but he just presses W, D skill, and bro. You can actually not get away from Rapier Camillo. Like, if this is not enough distance, like, yeah, good luck getting away from that. Maybe I should just play. I mean, I play a character that doesn't care about rapier skill, right? It's Barbara. But maybe I need to find a second character that is better in battle zones that doesn't care about rapier skill.
The object could have been developed as a way to destroy humanity. Mosquitoes remain the cause for the largest numbers of death, as they carry a multitude of difficult to treat diseases. As for my client, the man was probably a Foundation employee and was treated with amnestics after his dismissal.
Which taking forever to load. But Barbara can't win against Elena, like at all, or am I wrong? Yeah, Barbara can't win against her. The thing is, as soon as you ult, she will always get out. Like, she never has to commit to the fight.
And no civilian would be able to figure out my email address, that's for sure. I'll have to think about this later. But for now, let's get back to
That's
SCP-149.
the real problem.
This object seems ordinary, but to me, it's pretty creepy. The bloodflies are small and quite terrestrial, but they will easily kill you. But before that happens, their victim will become an incubator for an entire army.
But like against every other rapier character, Barbara's still really good.
How would you rate SCP-149's
Just Elena's the problem because Elena has like still really good mobility and escape, even with
because hey, you're my
out
best
that.
viewers. See you in the next video. The real estate agent celebrated his success. He had succeeded in closing a long-awaited
They
deal,
get similar to
selling
Sylvia.
a certain house with a rather bad reputation.
Kiara.
Superstition and
Bruv,
cautious people
Kiara
tend to
de-skills
avoid
onto
buying a house in which someone
Barbara.
either
Kiara
died an
just
unnatural
dies.
death or went
You're
mad.
dead when she presses
Since
nah.
agents cannot
If
simply
Kiara
silence
de-skills
talk
onto
of such
Barbara,
facts,
Kiara is
they're
dead
forced to reduce the
100% of the
price.
time.
But even this does not
That's why it's so
completely
funny that
eliminate the trouble encountered with
people
such
still
housing.
do that.
The agent had gotten the house with
But if a
paranormal
Kiara
activity.
goes
By
on
some
top of
strange coincidence,
Barbara, she's
several
just
people living in
dead.
the place had lost their eyes. They not only went blind, however, but literally lost their eyeballs.
Like unless you fight her
point
like
isn't even that
super
necessarily,
early game,
but
you
the
should
fact that
never
several
lose that.
victims had terrible stories to tell.
I think
They
Parrot
claimed
just
that a
played
creature
and
had ripped
played,
out their
tried out
eyes.
different stuff,
Having
and
such a
then
history
in
to
the
it,
end went
it was
back
not
to
easy
crit
to sell
because
the house, but the agent was lucky. And
yeah,
there were
crit
some
is the
skeptics who chose a
superior.
profitable deal over believing ghost stories.
And healing drone.
The new homeowners employed a cleaning company to prepare the
Healing
house for
drone
their
again.
move. One worker was vacuuming while wearing headphones, listening to his favorite music and dancing along. The man paid no attention to the dead flies, spider legs, and other debris lying on the floor. After all, why should he? He saw nothing that could be found
Don't think
elsewhere in a
healing
house
drone
which
is the
lacked
way.
tenants for years on end. He was a little worried about rumors and ghost stories, but he had heard about this house several times before.
He has only 2
Therefore,
kills
when he
by
felt a
now.
strange pressure in his eye, he stopped somewhat
Like
unwillingly,
even if he wins, he
even
gets like
giggling to
barely any
himself a bit.
LP, right?
When the cleaner
3
looked in the mirror,
kills.
however, he no longer felt this was any laughing matter, but by now it was too late. A powerful vacuum cleaner had
Felix.
sucked up everything into a large container. So
Poke
some
some
live
guts.
insects got in there, but more
It's the
often than
healing
not, it was
drone.
just what was left of them. No one could have
Felix
noticed that the
playing
long spider
himself.
legs were actually
Perfect.
moving inside the vacuum cleaner. They slowly came together
So he
and
gets
merged
4
into a
kills
kind of
first
bodiless
place, which
spider.
is...
And so the
Oh,
janitor
you can't
only
even
noticed
see
it
it.
when it was already in his
Really?
very eye.
Why would you use
I must
this?
admit, SCP-525
Why
is
would
a
you
pretty
use
nasty
this?
object.
Darkman is
First,
so
because
bad.
it's some kind of arachnid, and secondly, because it rips people's eyes out. Ugh, how disgusting. Other than that, eye spiders are not that dangerous.
Bruh,
As you can
the
imagine,
A
SCP-525
coins,
resembles an
holy shit,
arachnid
he has
in
so
appearance.
many.
The threat
Look
of the
at
object
that.
was assessed to be at a Euclid level and was sent to be contained in warehouse zone 23.
But yeah, I don't know,
The
he
fact
tried
is that
stuff,
in its
but like
inactive
it
state,
still
the
looks
object
bad.
is per se disassembled. Moreover, within a single room there could
But
be no
maybe
more than 6
other team
components at a
player has
distance
an
of at
idea,
least
but he
50
also
feet
doesn't
away
seem
from
to
each
be
other.
performing that
And each of
crazy.
these samples must be contained in a separate
Wait,
container.
let me just
The
chill it.
only exceptions are authorized
Before
experiments.
starting like
Even
this
so,
one,
only
right?
D-class personnel are allowed direct contact with the
But like even if I look at this,
All
this doesn't
scientific
look crazy
personnel
to me.
are
This
required
looks
to wear
average
safety
at
glasses
best.
during tests. SCP-525 is composed of the individual parts of an unknown anomalous
So,
arthropod. Each limb
yeah.
extends anywhere from 4 to 6 inches in length. Like its closest genetic relative, the brown recluse spider, its legs are covered by multiple
Like,
hairs.
this is not good
And
if you
despite
look
their
at that,
anomalous
so I
nature,
don't know.
they're
Maybe
just as
there's like
fragile. All the
maybe
components of
some other bar
SCP-525
Nadine
have
player will
strong
pop
hooks
off
at their
here.
base. These are
But
of natural
it doesn't
origin.
really
If
look
in
at
this
like
case
it.
it's
Like
possible
these
to
two
put
are
it in that
Nadine
way at all.
players that
Now,
played
allow me
Nadine.
to explain their purpose.
This guy, I don't know.
SCP-525's
I don't
legs
know,
remained
and this guy
inactive
is never
until 8
really high
pieces are
elo
gathered
ever.
nearby. In order for the components of the object to establish a connection, they must be at least 2
But I
feet away
usually
from each
combo on
other,
Barbara,
if not
because I
closer.
always feel like I
When
miss
this
something.
happens, all the
Like
components
Q,
come to life
like
and are
RQE and
combined into a
spamming
single
W.
system. A spider without a body. This particular state of the
To the
object
end
was
of that.
designated
You just poke,
525-1.
you try. It
But
depends
that's
on your
not all.
build, right?
No
on
one wants
your
to feel
build
small,
and on your
even the anomalous eye spiders. And so this living set
depends
of
on your
legs sets out
build
to find the missing
and
components.
augment. I think these two are like the main things that you have to look at.
本当にやりたく
Do I
ないん
play
ですけ
now?
ど。
I'm sure you can probably guess what that might be.
Actually, no, not this character. Why the fuck is this even here? I don't even have Sylvia bought. That is fucked up. Why is Sylvia there? He was forced to play Sylvia.
It turned out that medium to large mammals
I wanna
and
play
of course
some- yeah,
humans
some-
are
some
suitable for
Yuki.
SCP-525's
Which
intent.
boat do I pick?
Birds, fish, and reptiles, however, are
Shouldn't I
ignored by
pick
the
it?
object.
Yeah, I think
The
this is
experiment
right
with the
one.
crocodile was particularly fascinating. But
But
first,
yeah, it
let's
depends
cover
on
how
your
the
augments,
object
depends
goes
on
about
your
finding a
build.
suitable victim. In its intermediate state,
RQ is like never
525-1,
worth in a
the
fight.
object gets
RQ
to
is
the eye of a
just
living
really
creature
fucking
and is
bad.
located
Like
strictly
unless
in the
somebody
center
is
above the
really
eyeball.
low and you
Two
are
pairs of
sure you
legs
can
hold the
kill them
eyelid
with
so that the victim cannot close the eye.
QWE,
And the rest of the limbs slice the optic
then
nerves and blood
you
vessels.
use RQ,
The
but in
finer
general you
details
always
of this
want to
process are
RW.
classified. Obviously, this is due to an anomalous force.
Now what I do, for
since the
example,
fragile
is
spider
play
legs
red
themselves
sprite
are
a
incapable
hex,
of performing such
so
a
I
procedure.
have like fake
The
poke,
object extracts the
so
eye
that
with
my
extreme
QW
caution,
at least
and
does
it's here that the hooks at the
something.
base of each leg come into play.
Even
They
though like
extend out and pierce
if you
the
fight
shell of the
characters like
eye,
Sylvia,
attaching
they're just
themselves
gonna heal
evenly,
it up.
and so it becomes a sort of eye spider. It
But
would
at the
seem that
moment,
this is
like
how the entity
RQ is
comes into a
basically
complete
just to run
form.
away
Still,
or
it appears the
really,
heart of it
really
all is in the
rarely. Should you just even
実験が始まりました。
if you reset it?
レーダーを活性化します。よくわかりませんね。
If you get a cooldown again. But like you should never press RE. RE is completely troll and
ウ
useless.
ォーミングアップには良かったです。
Also like after you first
開けてみても
auto
い
you
いん
on
です
your
よ
turret
ね。
instantly get your turret back.
こう
Turret
す
also
れば
takes
いい
you
の
know
か
damage.
し
They
ら。
nerfed that to the ground.
逃
Like
げら
other
れると
decks.
思いますよ。
And they never buffed it. Like it doesn't have any scalings.
うー
I think it
これ
scales
は
with
ク
your
ラクラ
attack
し
power,
ます
which
ね。
is so bad.
道に迷ってしまったらど
That
う
is
しまし
so
ょう。
bad. This
面倒だったけど、なんとか完成しました。
Where do I get this spawn? Annoying.
私の家はどうなってるんだろう。こうすればいいのかしら。どうですか？かなりいいでしょ？
Everything is weird.
面倒だったけど、なんとか完成しました。
Game is so smooth.
こうすればいいのかしら。
Why is this build so fast? It's actually crazy. I'm gonna guess
Nani
it's
ga
a
haibette
Barbara
る
game
の
after
かな？
this, so you
ウォ
can
ーミン
see
グアップには良かったです
what
ね。
should be played. Barbara's
遠
interesting.
くまで行かないでくださいね。
Instead, like
Metal
the
Barbara
players. The ones in Korea, watching Korean Barbaras is like the most useless thing ever.
時には祈りたい気分になるん
Like
です。
don't react to Barbara at all in KR.
どうですか？かなりいいでしょ？
That should be a free meteor for me, right? Like I'm the strongest guy here. I'm the boss of this gym, right?
集中生存者が死亡しました。これくらいなら悪くないでし
Choco
ょ？
kill keyword, I kill Choco, I'm better than. Like that.
必要なことでした。でも、いい気分じゃありま
It's
せん。
not a lie. Yuki doesn't feel that weak.
なんだか最近
Fucking light. Yeah, you get out of here. You get out of here.
開けて
Okay,
みて
because
も
I
い
have
いんですよ
some
ね。
game on her, but it's kinda hard to get into the right. I checked Korean Barbara is like
必要なことでした。
bad. The problem is just how Korea
生
plays.
生
Like,
存者が死亡しました。
they get so much free stuff. Like people don't
鬼が
react.
入っ
Like
ていたりは
they
しま
can
せ
get
んよ。
Barbara ulted and they don't
面
react
倒
to
だっ
it.
たけど、
It's
なんとか
just
完成しました。生存者が死亡しました。
why the heck did you take my Barbara? What the fuck are you
必要な
expecting?
こと
They
で
just
し
hit
た。
the tree and get out. That's not how it works.
いい気分じゃあ
Why
りま
does
せん。
make this- Holy shit, what is this damage?
こんなところで怪我したくありません。鬼が入っていたりはしませんよね。
But Yuki damage is kinda nuts.
どうですか？かなりいいでしょ？
AFPL constantly in title last season, but yes,
作品が誕生しました。
season had the highest LP though all Nadine players. I don't
逃
think
げられると思います。
he's always
必要なことでした。
lower
でも、
middle title.
いい気分じゃありません。
You guys have never seen him as really an immortal ever.
生存者が死亡しました。
Yuki is a feed zone enjoyer, right?
ゴミが入っていたりはしませんよ。
Yuki is
必要なことです。いい気分じゃありません。遠くまで行かないでください。はい、受け取って。
Yo, Isaac has a new hat.
新しい禁止患者が生存者が死亡しました。服に汚れ。生存者が死亡しました。
Bro, there's no way he just kills Steel. Oh my god. How annoying.
遠くまで行かないでください。生存者が死亡しました。
ビデオテープ企みな
生存者が死亡しました。
ビデオテープを変えないと独占取材の時を
Bro, I'm getting timer gapped and he's not even fighting me yet. Bro, how is this boring?
連続
Could
キ
have
ルを
gone
達
for the
成し
drone,
てい
but I
ます。
wanted to fight, but he doesn't. He's boring. Vasilion should have learned how to perform Tanfa from Dani and spam Q with Hex. Wait, has Yuki always been this strong? Holy. Doesn't seem weak to me, bro.
投げたら武器になるで
And
しょ
I'm not even playing well, right? Fucking up a lot of stuff here.
これくらいなら作品って呼んでもいいでしょ。
For example, I already
自
put
分で
2
作っ
points
た
in
ものな
my
の
wall.
に感心してしまいますね。生存者が
They
死
even
亡
want
しました
us。to meet here?
生存者
Guess
が
again,
10
calling
人
3 or
残りました。
5. Is it E
騒ぎを
auto
起こしては
Q disc?
ダメ
I
な気
think
が
that's
しま
the
す。
combo, right?
開けてみてもいいんですよね。新しい禁止区域が指定されました。
But that is a useless E.
生存者が死亡しました。敵が連続キルを達成しています。
That was a very interesting ult. I think you don't understand how Martina works.
遠くまで行かないでくださいね。面倒くさくなります。ちょうどよかった。疲れてたんですよ。ビーチウェアをデザインしたこともあるんですよ。
Wait, huh? He discussed me without me being able to auto-attack him.
逃げられると思います。
No, was a possibility. I guess it is. Wait, I don't have to care about
気
anything.
分が悪くなりそうで
I
す。
get only cams. Funny character.
連続キルです。靴に砂が。逃げられると思います。
Since I didn't win the
気分
battle
が
zone, I
悪く
can
なり
just
そう
call
で
in
す。
my stuff and go to the next one, right? Where do you get these
見
swords?
込みをしているみたいで、
Leech.
ちょっと。
Thank you for
もう
ruining
動
the
けま
battle
せん
zone for both of us.
休みます。新しい禁止区域が指定されました。
And we both can't go into the battle zone.
管理されていないホテ
Oh,
ル
you
なん
want
て
to contest
最
because
悪
of
で
us?
す。
Oh, yeah, well, fuck. Fuck, are you? You're not gonna get in, bitch.
こちらです。
I'm gonna.
少しで十分です。一切の心臓。こちらです。
敵が連続キルを達成しています。
I don't even care if I die now. Because I got attacked. No way out of here, bro.
少しで十分です。
Huh? I can probably turn this, right? I didn't feel scared here at all. What the fuck?
生存者が死亡しました。
I might
敵を
to
防ぐ
pick
こ
up
とができま
this
せ
on
ん。
Yuki. This is funny, and this character, this is low pick rate by the way, right?
生存者が死亡しました。
Yeah, this is kind of annoying. It's the Mexican standoff. And my E. I fucked up my E because there's a wall. But I guess I'm run. Why am I still slowed?
敵を防ぐことができません。
Huh? Wait, how long does does that slow for? Wait, what? For 2 seconds by 50%. Huh? How strong is that disco? What the hell? Please don't. Meow. Bro, why not? He's such a weak character though. He seems so much weaker than like Barbara or Nadine. Isn't that, bro? This is a 50%, 2 seconds. That's so strong. Be fair, Spear's skill is kinda hard to land. Yeah, but like, I mean, it's not hard to land if you have knock up in your kit, right?
The restricted areas have been designated.
If you have a knock up, it's like not that hard, not that hard to fit. I didn't know that. That is insane. I didn't know that. Like 2 seconds is such a long time. He's getting a free wake, which is huge. I think he can win this now. I don't think Felix can abuse it really well. Yeah, seems like it. This is also kind of weird, right? It means evade, but I don't know. It's not really after the animation. He also has like a short while where he can't get hit, so that's weird. The thing that annoys me about Felix the most is just that he can one-shot traps, one-shot cams. Like, that is such a strong skill to have. But he getting force car. Getting pretty strong here. Tomorrow getting literally nothing the whole game. This looks like an either Toby or Aiden lobby. Can one shot is bullshit, they should fix it. I'm sure that's not intended. I mean, they haven't fixed it until now, so I think it's intended. But like, his passive is basically counters any trap in the game. Like, the passive counters traps, counters cams. Since it one-shots cam that stuff. I don't know how AR is handled with cams or EOQ. I think they also need like multiple auto attacks to clear that stuff, but I don't know. Everyone just farming. Bro, that is better than Sharanga. Damn. Spear goes kinda crazy. Tomorrow getting 2 RNG items out of nowhere. Probably not strong enough to fight at Aiden. Unless his status like Giga broken, which maybe she is. Okay. High Death Wish. Nobody really wants to fight, and Aiden kind of needs to force with him having Wick buff.
The restricted areas
Wait,
have
actually,
been
does
designated.
Felix get 4 stacks of adrenaline with his passive? Surely he does. Make a wish. A death wish. Like in ahead of time. Like, surely that passive doesn't give 2 stacks of adrenaline, right? But Tanfa still looks so weird on Leon. I don't know. I don't like that. Looks like an idiot how he's running. I don't know. Make a wish. I wish that my emotes get done quickly. Also, this is my wish. Now he's getting run down. Bro, if that would have dashed over there, that would have been crazy. But still crazy that it puts him here. Now what would happen with Nadine? She would stay here. He's on a good way. I wonder who wins this. I have actually no idea. Design-wise, like in theory, Aiden should dominate here, right? Two-handed sword, late-game character. But in practice, it looks like that might not be the case. Party also exists, but I feel like he has no chance against most of the people here. And it doesn't look like it.
It might be time to keep an eye open. Stimora pretty much on Exodia because he could take all the items from Partsy. Very interesting. They're very strong now. Also crazy how like every amp weapon scales, right? That means they're even a pretty good late game. I guess this is also scaling. This is not scaling. Bro. Can Aiden play? Is it impossible to hit Aiden ult? Feels like every Aiden player. Yeah, I think Toby wins this. I think Aiden wins the fight, but this fight Toby wins. Let me put it that way. Wait, why is he waiting? He has no timer. Force the fight. Like, don't walk here. If you have less timer, you have to force the fight.
Felix Demora just wins this actually. Like what I have from what I've seen here, damage wise Felix doesn't have enough. To be honest, wasn't looking at timer. You should always look at timer. It's like the most important thing. Especially if you have so many tanks. Doesn't know how to take the chickens. I feel like he can just heal on them now. Doesn't he have like insane Omniscypher? Pistol! Piss! Oh yeah, his Omniscypher is kinda nuts. Okay. Even though Toby could reset the fight, well, it looks so close. Sumaro won this, by the way. Sumaro can just run away. He has like timer, I think. I'm pretty sure he has the timer. He can just even walk in here now for the last few seconds. But this is pretty much GG's. Toby's playing this well, but like, he can't do nothing. It is so hard to kill Estelle. He even got a good reset, but it didn't matter.
Congratulations. That's what happens when you fight.
I mean, fuck that, we just have to lose that, and yes, that is really good for that Aiden matchup. Time get honestly, without time I think Toby could still take it. I mean, yeah, if you can force out Estelle's ult and then get a reset, then you are in a good spot. Like, that's how you have to fight Estelle, but it's like really hard to bait out the ult and get out. Like, that is such a hard thing to do. Not a lot of characters can do that. Look at my mastery. Holy. I was so far ahead. I think Toby did it really well the first time though. I can probably do it with the seconds if he doesn't have to worry about being on a timer, yeah. What I'm saying. It's just like, that is so annoying to fight. Takes so much effort. It takes so much effort.
Intelligence of the individual components combined, or something to that effect. During an experiment with 525-1 and a crocodile, the object showed interest in the reptile, but during attempts to extract the eye, it was only able to blind the animal. After this failure, SCP-525 no longer reacted to reptiles. The same behavior was displayed even by those components of the object that did not actually participate in the crocodile experiment. This points to the fact that the entity is actively learning and is able to transfer its knowledge to all existing units. This particular mechanism has not been studied yet, but there's still no evidence that SCP-525 is sapient exactly, but it's known for sure that it reproduces. If, after removing the eyes, the entity is not disturbed, then it lays eggs, or something similar to them, in the empty eye socket. Then the specimens disappear. After attaching itself to the eyeball, the object becomes slower, since its new borrowed body part makes it difficult to move. Also from this point on, SCP-525 shows no interest in any living creatures encountered afterwards. It's not clear why the entity needs an eye, but it certainly does not use it for its intended purpose. The object ignores any visual stimuli. Deprived of its natural environment, the organ begins to lose fluid and dry out, thus acquiring a brownish tint like that of the object's limbs. And after about 2 to 3 weeks, the
Okay,
spider
that's the
detaches
night
from the
you
withered
should
eye
listen
and
to.
goes in search of a
Right,
new one.
I'm gonna
The
play
meaning
Barbara
of
in
such
this
a
lobby, so
resettlement is still undetermined. However,
I
it's
don't
worth
want
noting
anyone
that
to
some
have
of the
that
data on
reactor.
SCP-525 is
But let him
classified.
count as me.
Perhaps the eye is for the object what a clamshell is to a hermit crab, providing a place to hide. Although this is rather unlikely. The sea dweller uses an inconspicuous and sturdy shell for cover. The eye running across the floor on
What is
spider
that?
legs
Be
is
right back, I think, so I'm just gonna start it.
私がいなきゃダメ
Time to do Barbara, so people can see how to play the character. But I always play Red Sprite, ICVA to play Amp Drone.
It's most certainly anything but invisible, let alone a way for it to have a reliable shelter. My guess is that SCP-525 uses the eye as a source of energy somehow. The
Even though I
fact that
can't
it's
very
in the
much
victim's eye
understand why you
socket
would run
and that
this.
a
I
new
think,
generation
like,
of anomalous
anything
spider
below
paws
Titan,
develops
this is better.
also supports this
If you're
opinion.
anything below
Dr. Weiss
Titan, Amp
conducted an
Drone is better.
experiment with a D-class employee. The
But, like,
object was
if
allowed
you're
to
not
remove the person's eye.
Red Sprite.
It was not disturbed until it had departed.
Sure,
The
we
scientist
are
monitored
team
the
on the
victim for
Barbara
4
and there's
weeks.
a battle zone right
Just
now.
after the
You
initial
all fight.
examination of the wound,
Let me
actually,
fight the
eggs were
robot, and
already
then
found
I
in the
fight the last
oculomotor
person
muscles,
with my
similar
own.
to those of toads, except opaque. 3 of them were separated from the
What?
tissues and
I
sent to
don't
the
even know
laboratory
which
for research.
Barbara, which
And
sound
the
does Barbara
D-class
go to?
employee
The
himself was
sword
put
sound
into
thing.
quarantine. During the second week
Feet
of
sound
observation,
sucks.
nothing unusual was recorded. The
Like, even though you get
employee's wound
CDR,
healed
which
as
is
it should.
really, really
The
good on
eggs of
Barbara.
SCP-525 in his eye socket became
Everyone
slightly
gets movement
enlarged.
speed.
However, those that were retrieved failed to develop under laboratory conditions.
Also, this
By the
theater
third
is a
week of
really
the
fucked
experiment,
matchup for
though,
Barbara.
the D-class employee began to complain about some discomfort. He noticed an increasing sensation of pressure in the eye socket and started demanding a mirror, which of course was not provided to
will be
him.
interesting.
By this time, the wound was completely healed, and the laid eggs were covered with muscle tissue.
I think I can
At
never
the
beat
beginning of the
Marcus.
4th
Marcus
week,
is such
the
a strong
D-class employee
character.
could no
Like,
longer
shutting.
endure it and attempted to tear apart the object's
Not
nest
many
in his
people
eye.
play him, but
He was
Marcus
prevented
is
from
so
doing
strong.
so, however, and on the 24th day following the start of the test, 11 SCP-525 components hatched. Immediately thereafter, they
Like,
began
he's
to merge.
so strong.
But apparently, it did not appear to be a regular specimen, since further research protocol data is classified. Still,
Who's gonna
whatever
be a
happened
tree?
after the hatching
Trick
of a
is
new
gonna
batch
be
of
a...
SCP.
I don't want to fight at all.
実験が始まりましたレーダーを活性化します
I don't know, Marcus seems really strong, so I don't know.
使えそうじゃない
I don't want to fight Laura. I think Laura at the moment is very good against Barbara. Didn't used to be back in the day when she had like all those very
何
good.
が入ってるもうちょっと作ろうか
They go for Meteor instead. Ah,
誰が作った装置なのかわ
who's
か
gonna
んない
wait
け
at
ど
the Meteor?
褒めてあげなきゃせっかくならちゃんとしたものを作らなきゃ
Could go
ね
Temple.
いちいち開けなきゃいけないじゃない
So I put one too many points into my E.
必殺できちゃったんじゃない
Use that thing to save.
いちいち開けなきゃいけないじゃ
That
ない
doesn't go wow. That cluster, that is fucked up. That is like my cluster. Like this is my cluster on
空
power.
を音にしてちょっと横になってみようかな
I'm gonna play this build really well. I also build traps.
もうちょっと作ろう
I
か
don't know main account, I have
Yeah,
it
me
on
too.
my Barbara account. When you build like Iron Maidens here. That will help you in the tree.
酔った勢いで乗ったり営業士が死亡
There's
しま
no
した
Adina. If there's an Adina, don't go for
出
tree.
るからよ
Like, never go for tree if there's an Adina in your game.
誰が作った装置なのかわかんないけど褒めてあげなきゃもうちょっと
Where
作ろう
does
か
OTPS you end?
やめとくかなせっかくならちゃんとしたもの作らなきゃね
I can use inventory.
ちゃんとしたもの持って戦うなんて何年ぶりだろうせっかくならちゃんとしたもの作らなきゃね何これ初
Bro,
めて
the
見るかも
early clear of Barbara is so good. Oh my god, I love it.
うさぎ 持ってない死人にもいっぱいくらいかけてあげるのが礼儀ってものなんだけど、どこかにお
Everyone
酒
is here.
残ってないかな。せっかくならちゃんとしたもの作らなきゃね。
How much damage does my turret do? 40 damage.
必
Holy.
殺できちゃったんじゃない？
I think this Leon I can just kill him.
何が入ってる？生存者が死亡しまし
He
た。
seems to be very squishy.
生存者が死亡しました。だるい。
But now I just die. The third party. Talk.
死人にもいっぱいかけてあげるのが礼儀ってものなんだけど、どこかにお酒残ってない
There's
かな。
no way he's gonna give up this tree if Laura has no chest piece. Oh, boring to die like this. Yeah, I know you can't get away from it. Right, go ahead and Dylan, please auto take. You win this battle.
もう面倒だから休もう。
Guys, this Laura is missing. Does so much more damage than Dylan. Huh?
最悪。お酒でも飲んで寝ればよかった。
That kinda explains why so many Lauras are in the top of Korea. Hmm. But what did I learn? If I can grief trick here, I should just kill him with RW. Didn't want to kill him there. But I guess I should just grief him instead. He didn't get the tree right, yeah.
P525's components was not scary
insane.
enough to change SCP-525's containment or class. It turns out there may be a huge number of anomalous spider legs,
There's no way
and it's
you
possible that the Foundation
take
does not
this
have all the
glove. I
specimens in
think this
containment.
glove is
They
fake.
can even be in the same room, but in different
I
corners.
think
and
Yuma wins
therefore will
this,
not
right?
interact.
There's no way
At least
Laura
until
wins
one
this
day,
ever.
when the necessary
Not if he's
conditions
that
for the
low.
assembly of SCP-525 are created. For all its creepiness, it
Okay.
would appear that the object is
I
rather
wanted to
easily
say, like,
disarmed.
he
This
was
is
caught
indicated by
after a
its
fight,
legs,
so like,
fragile
and
nature,
Mo was full
and the fact that it
HP.
begins to move quickly after
There's
transforming
no way
into
you take this glove, though.
525-1, but not lightning fast
Nah.
necessarily.
Brazil
Also,
Gauntlet
there's no
has to be
evidence that the
better.
creature has any cognitive effect on
Did
its
he
victims.
miss? Bro,
So
I
it may be
swear to
enough to
God, they
simply crush
changed
the
Yanwu
object like a normal
hitbox.
spider.
They changed
In
it.
that case, the following
It
question
feels-
arises.
it looks so much
How can you
worse
be sure
now.
that one of the spiders you crushed was not actually an instance
Oh
of
my
SCP-525?
God, Agiras.
Hey, relax.
Brazil is
Except for those
really
of you
good.
who have
Yeah,
one-eyed
you're going to
acquaintances.
Brazil.
Amnestics, you know? But if by some miracle you weren't tracked
Actually, I
down
don't
and
know who wins
processed,
this.
and
This
you
is
know something
interesting.
about
I wanna see this fight.
SCP-525's tricks,
Oh my God, he
do
gets
let
the
us know
stun.
in the comments. There's a famous saying from David Lynch's home TV series Twin
Stimora
Peaks.
just
The
decides
owls
to
are
not ult.
nowadays. This statement is pretty relevant when it comes to SCP-3035 and what it claims to be. The object was
Okay,
first seen by Richard
ease away.
Hoffman,
Oh
who's
my God,
currently a
what the
patient in a
fuck was that
psychiatric
here?
hospital. Before
Huh.
being institutionalized, he worked at a pest control company. On the
Bro,
job one day, he
what
arrived at a
the
huge
hell?
grain warehouse. Its
That
owners
is
wanted to get
insane.
rid of
Did they
cockroach
change that
infestation.
item?
Hoffmeyer took out the pesticide sprayer and was about to get to work when he saw his reflection in the window opposite.
That was so
At first,
much.
Hoffmeyer thought it was a mirror,
As you don't
but the
think I will
reflection
lose
started
this
to
to
move in
any
different
melee
directions,
except maybe
even though
Jackie.
Hoffmeyer was standing
Especially if
still.
he gets a wall
Richard
stun.
was
Yeah,
startled,
I think
then he
it's fine if he
turned
wins if he gets a
only to
wall
meet
stun, but
himself.
like if he doesn't get a
Hoffmeyer's
wall
clone
stun,
was
it's kind of
behaving
sus.
strangely, pretending to hold the spray gun
How
in
much
his
armor
hands,
pen
and
is
its mouth
this?
made sounds imitating the pesticide
11%
sprayer.
of the enemy's
Hoffmeyer
current
dropped all his
health,
equipment and headed
armor
to the exit, but there was a
reduced by
group reporting identical Richard
6%.
Hoffmeyer's waiting for him at the door, and 10
And if he
more
stuns,
Richards
he
came
just
up
gets
behind him.
bonus
Out of
damage.
fear, Hoffmeyer tried to hit one of them. His fist punched through the clone's shoulder with
Oh,
such ease,
oh.
it was as if he was made out of cardboard.
Arky not using
What
his
happened
auras
next remains a mystery.
for
Richard
some
told
reason.
this story after he woke
Maybe
up at the local
keeping it
hospital.
for the
He
next
was found
game.
unconscious at the warehouse, and they immediately called for an ambulance. At first,
Yeah,
doctors
looks
thought
like,
these hallucinations were caused by the toxic
that was
pest
a
control
miscalculation.
chemicals used by Richard's firm. In the end, Hoffmeyer was diagnosed with
Trick looking
schizophrenia,
very
and he was held
squishy here.
involuntarily. Later,
I
Richard
think that's the items you want
said
in
that the
Valor.
large group of clones was nothing more than
If I
an
had to
illusion.
guess,
But
those
that was
are
not
not the items you want.
Hoffmeyer really did see over 30 copies of himself. After all, the same thing happened to 3 janitors, 5 movers,
No,
and the owner of
Rainy.
the warehouse himself.
Don't
Upon
fight a
learning
quick
this, the
character.
SCP Foundation quickly dispatched
She doesn't
2
need any
special
skill to kill
agents,
you.
Marlon Fisher and Jake
Oh my god, he
Krause.
was also
The
playing
agents
Crit.
solved the case in a week,
That's why he
or
did
at
so
least
little
that's what they
damage.
thought at the time. They thought the wheat was to blame. Foundation staff noticed that a vast
When you
quantity of
press
wheat in the
heal, the
warehouse
kill
had been
counted.
infected with
Oh,
ergo.
okay, that
Ergo,
makes
a
sense.
fungal disease that affects wheat,
Oh, okay, that makes
produces
sense. But I was
lysergic
about to
acid,
say,
which is
like,
used to
holy
synthesize
shit, did they
LSD.
buff
Fisher and
Veritas?
Krause were sure
That
this was
looked
the root
very
of the
good.
whole anomaly. For some reason, the psychotropic substance is synthesized independently.
Ah, Brazil is better here because he's so
Warehouse workers end up
tanky.
inhaling the drug, eventually suffering from hallucinations. However, chemical analysis has shown it doesn't
She
quite
doesn't
happen
need
like
any
this, and that
skill
the
to kill
agents
you.
were
Beautiful.
mistaken in their
I mean,
assessment.
yeah, it's
On top of
crit,
that,
right?
all of the employees had the
It
same
just right clicks
hallucinations.
you.
They all saw their own clones. This
And
means that the
this is
agents
just
had
right
to
click.
investigate
And if
further.
you're
Fisher and
Theodore,
Krause split
yeah,
up
then
and
of
took
course
another
this
look
is
around
just
the
in your
warehouse.
face
Not
right
finding
click.
anything, the partners left. On the way back, Agent Krause started acting very strangely. All of Agent Fisher's questions and
Just the
remarks
way
were
he
met
said
with
it killed
nonsensical,
me.
incoherent phrases. However,
Yeah,
when Fisher's cell phone
it's
rang,
just
he
how it
realized
is.
that it wasn't Krause sitting next to him, but something else. Because the real Krause was talking to him on
At
the
this
phone.
point, he is so
Indignant that Fisher
strong.
had left him at the warehouse. Agent Fisher screeched to a halt and kicked the pseudo-Krause out of the car.
God
Then,
bless,
Fisher
bro.
got out of the car and pointed his gun at the
Bro,
imposter,
I don't want to see
demanding an
Crit Bow
explanation.
anymore. I'm done
Krause's
with
clone,
Crit
in
Bow.
response, raised his hands and pointed it at Fisher. As his hands slowly began to turn into
Thinks
a gun,
this
Fisher
is a very
immediately fired
Estelle
several
favorite
shots at Krause.
matchup,
The imposter dropped
from what
dead.
I've heard.
Fisher went back to the warehouse to get the real Krause. Meanwhile, the dead doppelganger was
God
sent
bless
off for
Bo.
examination.
God bless
The autopsy showed that the
Ambo.
pseudo-Krause was
May
practically
Ambo
empty
be
inside
good
with no
in the
internal
future.
organs. According
any
to the
character that
analysis,
is not
his
a
outer
legend.
shell was some sort of chitinous casing, like
Yes,
an
that
insect.
also holds. Yeah,
Foundation
but
investigators
that's
made
normal,
several
right?
hypotheses. The first,
If you don't
someone
get
was making
Estelle to
realistic
this
humanoid
HP
chitin castings,
before you
allowing a
start
person to
losing
commit
HP, you
various
lose the
crimes
matchup.
disguised as someone else.
I thought
But
the
this
myth
theory had
amp
its
chest was
weaknesses.
super
All of the
underused,
clones
but I'm
had appeared
actually thinking
spontaneously
different.
and in
The
one
reason
group,
people are not
which led
using the myth,
investigators to another
the amp
assumption. They
chest
hypothesized that inside the warehouse
with
there
amp
was an
chest
anomalous
is
device
because
that creates
there are better
countless copies of
options,
anyone who comes
right? You
inside.
can have
However, there still remained the mystery.
how's
Why
it
were there
called?
copies made of chitin? Then the researchers came to the most
You can either have
probable
Queen of Hearts,
hypothesis, that
which
these
is a lot
clones
of
are insects.
CDR.
It's
You
possible
can
that
have
certain insects have,
Holy
over
Orders, which
time,
is
learned
Spell
how to
Shield, and
mimic
the Spell Shield
virtually
is
any
really,
other
really good.
Now they just have to find out which ones.
So,
Fisher and Krause returned to the warehouse
yeah,
and
people rather
collected
have
all
that.
the insects they could find. They brought 90 mosquitoes,
No
6,000
rape here,
flies,
no respect
1,200
here. Go
cockroaches,
Arky,
and
kill him.
17 species of moths. However,
Go,
the
Arky,
next
go.
day, all the insects
Go,
had
Arky,
turned into
go.
mosquitoes.
Hit the
They
E,
eventually
now
turned to
what?
researcher Jessica Springer, who had been leading the investigation of the anomalous insects. The
Okay,
insects
now
were placed
run
in a
at him
huge,
and press R.
transparent room without a single opening, making it impossible for them to escape. Now they just
Perfect.
had to
I'm
figure out
happy.
which species had the ability
Rapier
to mimic
character
other
died.
living organisms. Springer spent 7 months conducting
Sounds
these observations.
seems
The
like the
researcher
best
noted that
upgrade
the
early
anomalous
on.
objects always return to the form of a
Really?
cockroach after a transformation.
I mean,
As
yeah,
such,
but
the cockroach is now considered the primary form
because
of
people want Pandala now, so you
or as the
see less
Foundation
on the
scientists
tablet,
call
yeah.
them, science bugs.
It's like the myth
As it
items
turns out,
just
these
don't seem
anomalous
that good in
creatures
general,
don't pose a
especially
threat
for
to
ants.
humans, at least not usually. First, the science bugs observe other living organisms, then they take their shape. However, they don't fully become the creature they choose to mimic. Springer's experiment
Like, somebody think on Barbara, this is good.
The investigator released a Sydney funnel web spider.
I think on
one of the
Barbara
most
this is a
venomous in
good
the world,
item, but
into
then
the
again,
world
like,
of
I'm never gonna
cockroaches.
take a myth
A partition
if
was
I
placed
play
between the
Barbara,
spider
right?
and the insects in order to prevent it from biting the anomalous cockroaches and eating them.
The thing is, this doesn't look close, but then again, Agila's pretty much fucked up everything he could fuck up, so...
But their behavior was completely inconsistent with the spider's own.
Imagine
They
pretty
didn't
much
have any
Exodia
venom
already.
glands either.
Oh
You
boy.
could pick them up safely without
All she
fearing
needs
of
is a
risking your
blood.
life or health. SCP-3035 objects belong
Actually,
to
with
the
that build, even the
Paraphonet
other boys
Americana
are fine.
subspecies, otherwise known as the American
Granted,
cockroach.
you lose
The
the
speed of their
HP, but
transformation
then it's
largely
yeah,
depends on the
nobody needs that.
species they're disguising themselves as. They're able to assume the
Definitely,
appearance of
how
an
strong is
arthropod
Radar
or another
sucks.
insect within 1 minute of
Look at that.
contact. The cockroaches need 10 minutes to turn into a fish
35%
or a
attack
bird,
speed,
and up to 30
26
minutes to turn into a
crit
mammal.
chance,
Imitating a human is
or
the
a
most
tree of
difficult
life.
task for science bugs. Beetles' nervous
A tree
systems
of life
often
does
cannot
is
distinguish
yikes.
things like clothes, accessories, or tools as being separate from the person themselves. If there there are technical personnel
Pretty
working near
yeah, Pretty
SCP-3035
Creed is better. Cube
objects.
Watch
The
is
science bugs
at least
turn
for
into
Nadine. Cube
electricians
Watch
with
is way more
screwdrivers and other tools
DPS.
fused into their hands. Nevertheless,
Like
if one of the
the radar
cockroaches
so
has
bad.
already copied the image
I'd
of
rather
another
have even
creature,
plasma
it
arc.
makes mimicry easier for the other insects. In this
Yeah,
case,
for
the
Tree of Life,
transformation
that's so
takes
bad.
no more than 1 minute, regardless of the complexity of the species
But I mean,
the
he had
science
it.
bugs are mimicking.
So
However,
if he just has it, why not?
SCP-3035 had to be isolated after an employee shooting range was opened near the science bug's holding area. The fact is, when they imitate other
Turban.
creatures, they pay
Turban
most
is
attention to
horrible.
mimicking their movements.
Instead of
The cockroaches perceive
ever
any
taking
moving
Turban,
object as a
what
living
you
organism.
should
So the
take
bullets
is the
flying across
HP
shooting
item
range
that
seem
increases
like
your
just another
HP.
type of insect to the cockroaches, and they
Like
began
you can
to
just
adopt
kill
their
us.
appearance en masse.
Yeah.
Of course, they didn't have the density of lead, but at the speed a bullet travels, even shitting becomes a deadly weapon. Lab
Right,
assistant
it gives
Jacob
like 7%
Jacobson was killed
attack
by
speed.
a science
I think
bug
it
when one
also
of them
gives 7%
transformed into a
attack
bullet flew
crit.
into his eye. The
But like
cockroach's velocity was enough to break the protective
the purple
glass.
item of
Researchers
radar is
deemed no
so
longer safe,
bad.
so all
I think
staff
it's
left the
17%
enclosure.
crit
This
chance,
area was
which
later
is
named
less than the
Zone
boots.
173.
Like,
Zone
huh?
173 has two
How is an
entrances,
arm
A
piece
and
worse
B.
than
Management
boots?
made the decision to block
That
off
is not
entrance
okay.
A with a 4-meter-thick slab of concrete. Entrance B is a system of vacuum tubes. Foundation employees use it to send and receive parcels
Only
from Zone
medium use is
173.
wanted.
During the investigation, the cockroaches learned to imitate many human actions, including packing and sending parcels. Namely, the cockroaches
The
were
Hemp,
sending out various
Hawkeye
items
is better on
of
medias, but
computer
tooltip
mice,
is, I
notebooks,
think, still
tablets,
wrong.
etc. When
They
the
still
science
didn't
bugs
fix
got to
it.
Springer's old office, they started
Now
sending
he's
out her lab equipment,
chasing that. I think Aki
syringes,
still has
test
all.
tubes, and microscope parts. One day, they played a prank and sent out their own
Huh?
eggs. They were, of course, immediately destroyed
Oh
by
my god,
security
Aki
guards.
fucked up.
If an individual
He's still just
SCP-3035
old, no?
object
Oh my
makes
god,
its
he
way
old that, but
directly
got
through the
insta
system,
fiat.
it must also be destroyed immediately. Before Zone
Oh,
173 was
rip.
blocked off from visitors, it was equipped with a large number of cameras so that Foundation employees could surveil the cockroaches. Many of these
Okay,
observations
one more
have been
fighting.
alarming.
I
So
still
far,
here.
the cockroaches
This
have
is not
increased
close
15%
yet.
in size, and their imitations are
This
quickly
is not
approaching
close. I
perfection.
don't think he
They've
want
learned
to
mimic
fight
the
this.
behavior of living
I'm
organisms
gonna
with
be
higher
real here.
accuracy, and this change
Unless
manifests
Yuma
itself
broke me?
after
Oh
a
my
large
god,
group
that
of
connected.
cockroaches mimicked only one flower
Never
in the
mind.
zone, the level of carbon dioxide
Yeah,
gas
and
fell
heal is still
sharply,
insane.
and
How
the
much does he
oxygen level,
heal?
on the other hand, increased. The biggest mystery for the researchers remains
Wait,
the nature of the anomaly. What allows the cockroaches to
10%.
copy other living organisms so successfully? DNA analysis of American cockroaches has shown that their genome
10%
differs
of the
significantly from
damage
that
or
of other
10% of
insects.
what?
SCP-3035's genes are also able
Wait,
to mimic
10%
the DNA
of what?
profiles of other
If
organisms.
that's max
This means
HP,
the
that
cockroaches
passive
read
is
not only
broken.
the appearance, but also the genetic information of other organisms. This in turn makes them much more dangerous.
Because he can get
creatures.
can get
Science bugs are
instantly
classified as safe
20%.
objects by the Foundation,
Max
but
HP.
this
Bro,
is
that
out of
is
pure convention,
fucked.
because if they really were safe,
That
they
is
wouldn't have
actually
to be
insane
locked
because
up
he can
under a layer of
auto attack
concrete put on
W
round the
and
clock
gets
security.
instantly
But the most important question
20%.
is whether this feature is a natural mutation or if it's the result of a technical intervention in the cockroach genome.
That
Some
is-
documents discovered
that
by
is
the
fucked
Foundation
up.
point to the second
And that
theory.
gets increased by
During
healing
World War
factor
II,
as
Wehrmacht
well.
scientists developed a strategy to divert enemy troops. They wanted to create something that could mimic the appearance of Nazi
Nah.
soldiers. It could lure the enemy to the battlefield, and then an airstrike would be launched.
Trigger,
This
I don't
scorched
think you
earth
wanna
tactic
fight
provided
this.
the desired result. The
I think
entire
he just
battlefield
right
would be
clicks you to
destroyed.
death.
The German
Unless he
army
doesn't.
wouldn't
He
suffer
actually doesn't want to
loss.
fight
Only
it.
the cockroaches would. However,
Maybe
the
Laura can
prototypes
just,
were stolen by American intelligence officers. Once they got to U.S.
I don't know
soil,
if your dash
the
is
science
enough, like,
bugs
he has so
disappeared
much
without a
movement speed.
trace, until the case of Richard Hoffmeyer. There's
Thing
a theory
is,
that
I
after
don't mind
Kennedy's
Keanu
death,
being
a group of
tanky and
science
healing,
bugs in
but
the shape
he's
of a person
just
took over the
one-shotting everything on
presidency
yeah,
instead of a live
this
human
is the
being.
problem with Keanu, right?
Kennedy
He's
was an
going tank and
inconvenient
still does a
president
lot
for
of
global
damage.
politics, and as such,
Like,
all
that's
subsequent
why I think
presidents have
for a
been
Silver
replaced
Bundle,
with
for example, is insane.
SCP-3035.
Since
This
it doesn't
in
really
turn
care
helps to
about your other
explain a lot of
stuff.
strange things American presidents have done. If that's the case, we can assume that these mimicking
thing-
beetles are in charge of most other nations
Alex
too.
is the
What do you
weakest,
think?
and Hedgen,
Are there
and then you have
cockroaches
this,
among
the
modern
rest
global
here.
leaders?
Like
Write to
Trick
us in
and
the
Momo are
comments
probably the
below.
ones
Like
that
this
are gonna
video
win
and
this.
subscribe to our channel to learn more about the objects of the SCP Foundation. A couple in love chatted sweetly over a cup of tea in a cafe. The guy was saying something, but the girl barely heard him. She was consumed by her own thoughts. Her lover had been acting rather strange
and
lately.
Alex seems
Perhaps
right
it
to
was
be.
because of the unexpected chest and abdominal pain he had experienced about 5 weeks
Yeah,
ago.
I mean, it's just
The
crit
affliction
Alex, but
passed as
why
suddenly
would you
as it
pick crit
appeared,
Alex?
so the young man didn't go to the doctor. In addition to that, he had started to avoid the girl's company, which really worried her. But today, the guy called her and invited her to the cafe.
Yeah.
Sitting before her again was her beloved, cheerful, energetic, and very affectionate. This behavior didn't
Okay, this
surprise
was
the girl,
close.
of course. They hadn't seen each other in almost 2 weeks. That
I
evening,
think
the guy went to
could have
escort his
played it a
beloved
bit
home.
better and would have
It was
won,
late,
actually.
so she suggested that he stay at her apartment. The
Huh.
young man didn't hesitate to agree. They talked for a little while
This is
longer,
us.
and the girl went to
Yeah.
asleep. A few
And he
minutes
wasn't
later,
even
the
full,
guy
but
slipped
that's
into
the
a room.
thing.
In the morning, he was nowhere to be found. Moreover, he had stopped showing up or even answering calls. The girl was angry and worried all at once. Then her friends told her that they had seen the guy with another woman, and her anger turned into outrage.
If you played it a bit better, he would have actually won. That's
she started
crazy.
having abdominal
Like
pain.
if you altered
The girl
earlier,
decided
I
that her
think
beloved
that
had
would
turned
have
out to be a
been over.
womanizer, and that he had infected her with something too. And indeed he had. Meanwhile, the young man was on a street on the other side of town. But something was clearly wrong with him. He was moving
Nah,
unnaturally.
you're dead. If you're an
his head
ADC and
tilted
there's a Lara
horribly,
in your
and
match,
his
in
feet
your game,
shuffling.
GG's.
Everyone looked back at the
Be into
strange man
these, good
passing
luck
them,
getting away
but
from
he
that.
didn't react to their sidelong glances.
That W
The guy was
was
wheezing
weird.
as though he was choking, and his chest and back were both heaving
Momo
strangely.
actually can't get
A
to
pretty
him,
woman
even
came
though
around the
Momo
corner
is
and
like
onto the sidewalk. The young man's
4.3
body
movement
shuddered,
speed,
and he
right?
stopped,
The
staring
trick
at
is
the beauty in a
3.8.
creepy way.
Momo can't get
At
to
that
him.
moment, the shirt on his back tore,
Because of
and
funny
8
auto-take
translucent
dash,
spider
auto-take
legs appeared
dash.
from the tear. Bystanders ran
Bro.
away in horror, but the
It's
woman who had
5
come around the
movement speed.
corner was
It's
so
almost
afraid
as
that she
fast
just
as
froze on
Adina.
the spot. The arachnoid ran up to the victim nimbly and quickly. She only started screaming when the creature dragged her
None
through
of
an
it
open
makes us
window,
better as
climbing
but
right up the wall.
The annoying, yeah, look
Meanwhile,
at that.
across
That
town,
was
the former lover of the
was about
creature,
to say.
who
The
had
annoying
still
part is you
been a
can
young
just
man
E
not too
into
long
this skill
ago,
and
had
has like
forgotten
a
about her
really
grudge.
long
She
range
felt
whip, and that's what
incredibly
makes
happy
Lara so
and didn't pay
insane.
any mind to the 8
Like
legs
being
that had
able to
appeared
E
on her
into
back.
whip skill.
These creepy creatures are
It
the
makes whip
offspring of
skill have such
SCP-940.
insane
This
range.
Keter class object is a parasitic organism.
Because
It's secretly called
usually
the
characters have
Arani
to stand
marionettes.
still, do the
But instead
animation,
of
but
pulling
Lara
a
can
toy
just
string,
cancel
it
that
pulls a
animation
human's
and
nerves.
hide it with
The
her
parasite
dash.
looks like a spider more than anything. It has 8 long jointed legs.
Okay,
At the
let's
ends
see
of
what
these
Momo
legs
can
are
do here.
claws covered with
It's the
scopuli and
stun.
sentutes. Since the
Auto
terrestrial
attacks.
arthropods of this particular order don't know how to spin a web,
Oh my
these
god.
weapons allow them to hunt. This accommodation also helps them climb on vertical
Yeah.
surfaces.
Does he have
There
more
are
time?
6
I don't think he
sensory
has more
organs
time.
on each of the creature's legs.
I think he needs
Among
to
the
go auto
organs with a known
undress,
purpose,
yeah.
there are 2 types of eyes.
Actually, he has more
Some
time.
are ordinary and
Ooh.
others faceted, allowing the creature
could
to
be
see
interesting.
ultraviolet radiation. SCP-940 also has heat-sensitive pit organs and electroreceptors on its limbs.
This
The latter
seems
allow the
very
creature to
Lara
capture the
fail.
electrical impulses of living beings, conduct biocommunications,
Funny
navigate
blood
in
whip.
space, and sense the Earth's magnetic field. Scientists have studied the
It's
object
crazy how you
quite
can have
closely,
4.3
but the
movement
purpose of
speed
the other
and
2
still
organs could
struggle
not
to
be
get
determined.
this character.
However, it's become known that SCP-940 has a nervous system similar to that of a starfish. It's known as a radial nerve net because there's a ring at the center that the nerves radiate outward from.
And even
The
if he
parasite's main
misses
feature
every
is that it's
W,
inseparable
this
from
is
its
still
host.
close. That's crazy.
The only parts of SCP-940 that are visible
Yeah,
from the
Momo wins
affected
now.
person's body are its
Should have had
translucent
that W.
legs. Because of this, it's
He
difficult to
missed
know
2
the creature's
Ws in a
exact
row and
size
that
and
was
weight. Specimens
not
with
enough.
leg spans to 4 to 7 meters have been recorded. It's assumed that the object
blood
controls
blood
more
whip
than the
is a very
host's
fun
body.
weapon.
It may be able to use the host's brain to process external
Also, it
information.
looked like
the
the
people
W went
affected by the
through
parasite fall into the
I don't know.
category of
It
Class
feels like
4
the
biohazards.
hitboxes are very
According to
weird
protocol,
since
they're
they
either taken to
changed
Area 14 under anesthesia,
the
or they're eliminated on the spot with
engine.
fire. One can
Like, I've
become
seen so
infected with
many
SCP-940 during
Janrui's
contact with
miss.
the bodily
I've seen
fluids
a
of an
lot of
infected
skill shots
person.
just go
In
through
particular,
enemies.
parasite eggs and
I don't
larvae
know,
are
it's
found in the
weird.
blood and seminal fluid, meaning that the contagion is sexually transmitted. After Incident 940-01, it was possible to establish
It
the
is
most accurate
very
life
weird.
cycle of the Arani marionettes. At the time, a junior
Shen was
researcher
so
had left
fast
for
with these
lunch,
items.
leaving an infected sample on the lab table. There's
It
no
just
evidence
goes
that the
full
parasite's
speed.
eggs can be spread through airborne droplets. Nevertheless, it's unclear how. But the sample left behind caused
2.5
7 Foundation staff
seconds.
members and 5
The only
D-Class
problem is,
employees
like,
to
this
become
gets
infected.
cancelled by
Maybe they were
everything.
drinking the infected blood or licking the petri dish. I don't know. After finding out about the incident, the area was partially isolated
like
and sterilized. All
more
infected
popular this
persons were
season than
identified
any
within
other.
6 hours of the incident.
Not
They were
really.
injected
I don't
intravenously with
think so.
anti-parasitic compounds. This method turned out to be
I mean, what
effective,
kind of
and
actors
the
are getting
workers were
bugged?
completely cured. Scientists
The
decided
Sultan
to observe the
sometimes.
infected D-Class employees. This
And
is
then
how the
you guys have
researchers
Hero's
managed to
record, but, like,
establish
Hero's
the
record
entire
is
life
just
cycle of
insane on
SCP-940. The
Ella
first stage is considered the moment of infection. The eggs of the
As,
object easily
Veritas
enter the
has
human
always
body,
been an
since they're
insane
only 3 to 5
skill and
microns in
item.
size. Sometimes larvae can have a leg span of up to 17 microns.
Sultan,
Meanwhile, this stage of
Sykes,
development is the
Tombstone,
only
Yuma.
one where
I've
the
never
Arani
seen
marionettes can live without a
one
host.
building emo.
In the second stage of infection,
Like,
the larvae
Hero's
start
record
to
is
devour
very,
the
very
remaining
niche.
eggs and each other. This competition is driven by the housing crisis, so to
same with
speak.
the blade.
Only one individual can
And
fully
really,
develop in a
I
human
don't
body.
see anyone
Then it
preferring
moves to
really
the
the
chest
blade
cavity,
over
where it
getting an
attaches to
actual
the aortic
item.
walls,
I
heart,
feel like
or
most people
spine.
rather just
During
take the
this
RNG
period,
item.
infected people experience chest and
Then
abdominal
you're
pain.
going to
Sometimes the
where
creature
then you
causes
can
too much
just
damage to the
end
internal
Danny's
organs, which
existence.
leads to the host's death.
gonna
If
say
this
it
doesn't
like that.
happen, the object fixates and directs its legs towards the person's back. During the transition to the fourth stage, the larvae begin to experience a change in body structure. Their carapace breaks down,
These
and
stats
their
are
circulatory
so
and
bad.
nervous
You
systems
put
combine
in a
with those in the
meteor, what do
host's
you get?
body.
You get 2
At that
attack
point,
power.
the creature acquires the
get
ability to influence the human body.
5%
It
attack
injects
speed.
substances into the
Wow.
blood that increase the amount of growth hormone and other indicators.
That is
The
so
host
bad.
starts to eat for 2
Like, sometimes
and
it's
becomes
so bad.
listless. This entire process takes about 3 weeks. At this point,
active is
SCP-940
kinda
becomes
tough, but to walk
sufficiently strong
upward.
and returns the host to
Yes,
their
if you
normal
have
state.
to walk up.
Moreover, the parasite causes an increase in the happiness hormones serotonin and dopamine. The person is in a great mood, but their mind is partially clouded. In this stage, the spider pierces through the muscles and skin on the person's back, sticking its legs out. The infected person doesn't feel any pain, and the fact of what's happening seems normal to them. However, they hide their condition from others. The 6th stage of Arani marionette development is reached after 5 weeks. The creature provokes an increase of sex hormones and, as a result, an increase in
I guess
libido.
in Hyunwoo it's
In
fine,
order
but I
to give
think
its host a
Hyunwoo
better
would
chance of
rather have
success,
with
SCP-940
here,
compactly
no?
folds its legs
Getting
against
the
their back
slow-
under their clothing. It starts to actively seek sexual contact
Yes,
to
the
infect
free
as many
girls,
people as
but I don't
possible.
really need the
Those who
girls since I
survive all
can't
these
kite
stages
with
proceed
this,
to the
so it's
7th
just
stage.
run away
The
to
host
a
is almost completely
grave.
blind at this point and suffers
Like,
from fits of extreme
think
agitation and
this was
stupor,
just
as
way
well as
better.
motor disorders. They start to
If
starve
you're
of
really-
oxygen, which
Since you get
causes them
the
to make
Swift's riders and you
characteristic
get also the
sounds,
slow.
as if they're suffocating. Then the host dies, and the object starts to move their body around like a
At
puppet master
25%
with a
slow for
toy.
2 seconds is really good.
SCP-940 then apparently realizes that without a host, it will
I
die
guess the
soon
stats
too,
are not
and it
there,
falls
but
into
yeah,
a
the stats
berserk
are not
state.
amazing.
This is characterized by a clouding of the consciousness and a simultaneous increase in strength,
like this is
endurance,
just way
reflex
better.
speed, and insensitivity to pain. The object stops hiding and throws all its energy into infecting as many people as possible. It may even resort to sexual violence. After no more than 3 days, the creature dies.
Yeah, but
Among the 5
That's
infected
what I mean.
D-class
If it didn't
employees,
cancel,
2
yeah,
special
if it
cases
didn't,
were
then it would
observed.
be insane.
Several larvae survived in one woman's body.
Because then you would
Because
get
of this, she reached the 7th
a
stage 3 weeks
2.5
later. It
seconds
developed immediately
speed
after
boost,
the
and that
4th
would be
stage.
really
Another
insane.
D-class employee didn't show any symptoms of infection even after 3 weeks. It turned out that she was pregnant, and that the parasite had
If
infected the
already
fetus.
slows, yeah,
The
but
mother
he
and
didn't
the
have
unborn
any,
child
so
died after the creature's legs
like a
pierced through
minion
the
drone.
woman's body. After the incident, it also became known that the infection can be stopped during the first 2 stages.
Well, I wish Nadine could still
Anti-parasitic
run
compounds
M-drone.
are
That
administered
would be so cool if
intravenously in order to
Nadine
do
could.
this. Study of the object allowed scientists to create a drug called Agent Blue. It's being added to industrial substances to prevent more
But
people
like,
from being infected
M-drone
by
is such a weird
SCP-940.
thing. I wish
Mobile Task Force
I wish
Omicron
M-drone
7
would also
monitors
be
for
an
possible
attack power
appearances of
drone.
adult Arani marionette
would be
specimens among
so
civilian
good.
populations. But as far as I know, all known larvae
Like,
are being
it's such a
contained in the
waste.
Foundation. Many SCP objects cause human deaths,
But it's like
but to become something
that
like
is
this,
percentage is
turning into a
also so
marionette of an
painful.
anomalous spider parasite, well, to me
He's
that seems
cute
to be
as
one of the
the-
worst
yeah,
ways
but
to
like,
go. What do you
don't think
think?
you last
Which
that
object would be the
long,
most
right? Does
terrible
the
one
game
to
give
die
me any
from?
information?
Write about it
Probably
in the
not.
comments. There'll be a new video on the channel really soon, and I'll see you there.
Storms
What's
is
the
for the
point
very
of knowing
hard
that
thing
anomalous
in the
objects
wrong.
exist and
That
having
is
access
useless
to them,
information.
yet still not taking
I'm
advantage
glad
of
that
their
I
unique
still have to go
properties?
to the wiki if
This, of
I
course,
want to
must
know
be
how
done in
something
secret
works.
and as an exception to the
Very
rules for the sake of
annoying.
the greater good. Questionable. What if, for example, a mother were to do something just like this in order to save her child from suffering?
It's
The
oh my
woman
god,
was well
40
aware that she
seconds
was
for
breaking
2
the rules
seconds.
and
Okay,
doing the
yeah,
wrong
never
thing,
mind.
using
And
the
that on
anomalous
level
object
1
for her own
already.
purposes.
Holy.
Still, she didn't bother herself with the consequences, nor did she care what they might
It's
do to
fucking
her, how they
accurate.
might
Probably
punish
not
her.
with
She had
not
found a
on
way
my
to save her
main, at
daughter
least,
from
not
her
if I'm
suffering.
streaming.
The girl had been constantly plagued by nightmares, and nothing had helped.
Good
Not the doctors
God,
with their
my
medications,
Smurf,
hypnosis,
they
nor
want
even
Smurf.
psychotherapy. The girl's father had also strived to find ways to help his daughter, but this was to no avail. But then the mother took matters into her own hands.
Good play,
She was a member
Yuki.
within one of the organizations
The
that dealt with
Yuki
anomalous
training arc,
objects.
but like
Furthermore, she studied their unique properties. So when she found a way to use an anomaly to help her daughter, she didn't hesitate to use it for even a second. Time was running out, and so there was certainly no making a detailed plan. Her chances of safely getting the desired result without getting caught were already slim as it was. If the loss of an anomaly was discovered, or she herself was caught conducting unauthorized work with the object, then it would all be in vain. Nevertheless, the woman completed her project without being caught. The necessary tests showed that everything worked flawlessly without any side effects.
But you have a
After checking everything thoroughly, the
this
mother
to be a
took the
wheel.
anomaly home and utilized it to help her child, and it worked. For the first time in a very long time, the child slept soundly and peacefully without any nightmares. Nevertheless, this idol lasted but only a week, and then the obvious flaws in the bold woman's plan became apparent.
Yes, like
The
a lot of
anomalous force
ayahs
that helped
and
the
a lot
girl
of,
rid herself of the nightmares was, in fact, put in a
Emma's
living
again. I
spider
don't
by the
think
mother.
I
Well, that's
really
how it
want
happened
to
at
play
any rate. Were we to
Yuki.
judge?
No.
But even this wasn't the problem exactly. The arachnid had to remain near the girl's bed because of the limited
Like, Yuki
range of its
seems very
anomalous
painful
properties.
into those matchups.
And this was done in secret without anyone knowing. Before long, the child saw the spider and asked her father to remove it. While getting rid of
Then
it,
again,
the spider
Yuki
bit the man, which led to
funny.
even more interesting facts being revealed. First, this was a venomous black widow. Secondly, it was specifically a female who thus gave birth to offspring.
Yuki's
And third,
in fact
at the
funny.
moment of the spider bite, the other side of its anomalous properties manifested itself. It's enough to know that SCP-452 is one of the most venomous spiders in the world to be afraid of it. This is actually the main reason for concern.
they need to,
The effect
do
of the
that
object's
these
anomalous
skills
properties is
parts,
unpleasant,
right.
but it's not fatal and is
Need
even
to hit
short-lived.
these skills if they
Considering
want
the
to kill, like,
Foundation's
Emma.
collection of
Actually, it
objects,
doesn't matter
one
against
cannot
Emma,
deny
I
that this is a
think.
rather amazing rarity. I'll start with the obvious. SCP-452 looks exactly like the Western American Black Widow. Moreover, the object's build does not differ in any way from ordinary arachnids of this species. The Foundation classified the anomaly as Euclid and placed it in an isolated chamber. The room is a bit larger than 256
Like,
square
get
feet,
instant pop,
since
right?
it
I don't even know
contains
if
an
I
entire
have
colony of
Yuki on this
SCP-452.
account.
The spiders are fed once a week, sometimes more often.
I think I
They're
do.
typically
Let's
fed live
see.
crickets, flower beetle larvae,
Don't even know
or
what a
other
good
suitable
Yuki build
insects.
is.
All other caretaking procedures are carried out as with ordinary
Experts would
spiders,
say Yuki
and
has
yet
no
they
good
possess
builds
anomalous
because he's
properties.
weak.
SCP-452 prefers to set up nearby beds, or anywhere
Yeah,
where
this
people go
meat
to
well,
sleep to
this
be
has to
exact.
be good.
It's not clear whether the
This is
object
how
is
it
observing a
works.
potential victim or just feels some sort of energy flow.
Instant
But the
pop,
spider
okay,
only
where's
goes
my
where people
instant pop?
regularly sleep. An anomalous
There
black
we
widow,
go.
just like any ordinary spider, will weave a web and feed naturally. But if there's no longer a suitable person within a 16-foot
More like
radius for the span
instant
of more than a
dodge.
week, then the object will go
Got
out in search of
bait?
this.
Oh my god, I didn't get
The
bait.
first of SCP-452's anomalous properties affect human dreams. When the victim begins to fall asleep and enters their
My
REM
Yuki
cycles, the
brethren.
object blocks
Let's
their
go.
ability to dream. When the victim
Tested
just so happens
best
to
dose
suffer
of
from
Yuki
constant
LP
nightmares,
hack.
this is in
Oh
fact
my
a very
god, it's
useful
the LP
attribute.
hack.
As a matter of fact, this is why the object has come to be
It's
known
the
as the
Yuki
Dreamcatcher
LP hack.
spider. This anomalous
like
effect
that's
always
his
works
sleeping.
flawlessly in every case. The mechanism that allows the object to do this was not described, however, and does not appear to have been studied at all. To be fair, I did take into account that very little is still known about how people dream in general, so therefore it's mostly impossible
Wait,
to
is this
conduct a
rank?
proper
I'm not
in-depth study
popping.
on the properties of this object.
Match.
However,
Just should just do what
SCP-452's
I do.
effects may not be as
Play
simple
on
as they initially
a
appear.
int on a
The
second
fact
account.
is that when REM cycles are
Do I have a
disturbed,
skin on?
a
Oh, I
person
can
begins to
look.
experience intense dreams,
Just
characterized
int
by
on a
violence.
second account.
In other words, nightmares. I suppose that the anomalous
I
spider
think I
creates some
inted
kind
on
of
this
vicious
account
circle this
so
way,
much this
from which it
season.
might receive a sort of energy recharge. And not all people can recall their dreams,
Like, I
which
think
is
the
normal
MMR
for the
of this
brain.
account is
Thus,
kind of
it's
fucked.
impossible to know the criteria by which SCP-452 selects victims. It's likely that it simply settles near people
But,
who have
I mean, I
nightmares,
don't really
and by
care,
disrupting
right?
their REM cycles, it provokes
That
newly
account is
formed
kinda
nightmares.
stuck.
Most test subjects exposed to this anomalous effect of
I just need a
SCP-452
few
report
Barbara
that they
games and I
slept
can
well.
play it on
Still,
high.
some people wake up
the
with the
high
feeling
thing
that
again.
they
I think
missed
this is a
something.
really good lobby for
Although what
me, no?
exactly it was, they seem to
Isn't
have
it like
forgotten and
really,
cannot
really
remember.
good for dual slot
Do you really
Yuki?
think such a feeling occurs out of
Like,
happenstance?
what are
No
the
other
matchups I'm
effects by
scared of? Emma?
SCP-452 on the human body or consciousness has been
Rosie?
detected thus far. At least while
Oh, now I have
SCP-452
my
is in
cat
this
here.
state of dream
Don't
catching.
grieve me.
But the spider does know how to broadcast them as
Okay,
well.
Oh,
This
but you
tends
sit
to happen
right
when,
right
while
next to my
suppressing
mouse
one
pad.
person's dreams, it bites someone else.
It's me, not the
In
US
such
at all.
cases, the victim first suffers from the Black Widow poison taking its effect, which is
I
already
think
enough
this
for
is
hellish
good,
torment.
unless I
Then the
think
person bitten begins to
actually,
hallucinate. This is how the first
could be
instance of
hard. Neverborn could
SCP-452
be
was
really
initially
hard.
discovered. Foundation agents have
I
access
mean, I
to the
don't really
records
know
of
the
one
matchups,
particular
right? So I have no
hospital.
idea what's
They
easy,
noticed
what's
vivid
bad. I don't
hallucinations that
know
were
how strong I
uncharacteristic
am.
of a Black Widow bite. While carrying out further experiments,
Oh,
it
my
turned
cat
out
wants
that such an
attention.
effect takes place under only one
Because I
condition.
woke him
If
up.
no more than a week passes from the moment when dreams are absorbed by one person during the bite of another. For safety reasons, all personnel entering SCP-452's cell are required to wear a sealed protective suit. Scientists must also obtain permission from an employee holding a level
He's
4
climbing
clearance in
on
order
my
to
lap.
conduct research or experimentation. For
No, I have a
testing,
cat on my lap.
instances of SCP-452 are placed in
I
specially designed
have
portable
Yuma on me.
terrariums. I think it'd be worth using
I
some kind of
lose.
protection to shield mental influence as well. So far, the object has shown anomalous properties only during a victim's sleep or during a bite, but who knows what it's still capable of. The experiments themselves are also to be carried out only in chambers, which can be completely isolated, and this is exactly what they do. After all, no one wants an instance of SCP-452 getting out through the vents or sewer. Some experiments were carried out with 2 D-Class personnel. One of them was designated as source, and the second as the subject. The first documented experiment involved a 29-year-old European woman and a 31-year-old Hispanic man. An airtight enclosure with SCP-452 was set up near the bed of the woman who acted as the source. It remained there for a week, and the spider's anomalous powers affected the victim's dreams. 7 days later, the second participant in the experiment provoked the Black Widow and was bitten. Scientists then injected the Hispanic man with an antidote to alleviate the spider venom's effect. A follow-up interrogation revealed that the woman had regularly experienced the same nightmare, but she'd never dreamed of it during the week of the experiment. The man, however, experienced severe hallucinations immediately following SCP-452's bite. The hallucinations lasted approximately 11 minutes, after which the subject gradually recovered. The man described in detail what he had seen. As it turns out, it was the same nightmare that had long haunted the woman acting as the source. A second experiment conducted confirmed the previously recorded effects of SCP-452 as well. This time, the source was a 48-year-old African-American male. The man had taken part in certain hostilities, and as a result suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder. He had already tried every possible means of forgetting the terrible details laced throughout his combat-filled past. An instance of the anomalous spider was placed by the man's bed. During the week of experimentation, the subject confirmed that he had ceased having any dreams, to include the perpetual nightmares that had tormented him. Then the very same Black Widow was allowed to bite a 26-year-old European who had never experienced any hostilities and showed no interest in military affairs. Immediately after being bitten by SCP-452, the man began to experience hallucinations that lasted 14 minutes. The subject later recalled his hallucinations, which were, in fact, the memories of the African-American service member. The one bitten described in detail military procedures and bloody stories that cannot be found in any open sources. The SCP-452 file is known to have been edited. This often happens in the Foundation's information databases. The data is supplemented, verified, and so forth. And oftentimes it's these edits that only serve to raise more questions. In the case of SCP-452, I suspected that some sensitive information was deleted. I personally think that it could have simply been classified. I sifted through the database, looked over the file code, trying to find some hidden agenda within the history of SCP-452, but nothing of the sort was there. It appears that the Dreamcatcher might just be a good old anomalous object. What about you? Are you often tormented by nightmares? Would you like to get a hold of an instance of SCP-452 to use as a sleeping pill of sorts? I probably wouldn't mind such a thing, honestly. A man appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the street. Although there were certainly people nearby, no one really noticed his appearance. For any newcomer, this was just another nameless city, but the timer went off, and that meant the time had come. The man vanished into one of the alleyways, then began staring intently at the closed windows of the apartments. Suddenly he stopped, looking as if he had spotted what he was looking for. A second later...
実験が始まりました。レーダーを活性化します。
見た目とは違ってバッチリじゃない。こんなところには死体がよくあるのよね。盗むのとは違う楽しさがあるわね。見た目とは違ってバッチリじゃない。空気が美味しいわ。
生存者が死亡しました。
獲物発見。石像ね、よく見たことあるわ。とりあえず使ってみようかしら。他のものも作ってみようかしら。慣れてきたのか。
生存者が死亡しました。
いそうな感じがしないわね。あの人にも見せたいわ。獲物発見。これくらいなら十分でしょ。とりあえず使ってみようかしら。思ったよりよくできたんじゃない。盗むのとは違う楽しさがあるわね。祈ったところねえ、こういうのが好き。私これはどう。ここ朝から壊してあげる。テストどこ行くの。これはどう。集力最大。粘るの。バカだ。集力最大。さあ行こうみんな。もうどこ行くの。朝からこうしてどこ行ってる。邪魔すんな。祈ったところで何も変わらないわよ。拾ったものは自分のものってね。プレゼント。邪魔すんな。朝から壊してあげる。朝から壊してあげる。
生存者が死亡しました。
かわいいチビがい
生存者が死亡しました。生存者が10人になりました。
焦ってる。
どうするでしょう。
死亡しました。
体はメリットだし、目標は逃がしたし。
He nodded briefly and went on his way. Just like before, no one paid any attention to the stranger. And even if someone had been watching him, he still would have missed the most important thing. While the man was looking through the window, a fly appeared on the palm of his hand. The insect did not fly up to him, but instead appeared out of nowhere, just like the man himself. The man moved over to the same street he come from, but...
見る目があるわね。
never actually walked out onto it. Instead, he appeared on another continent entirely. During this move, his clothes changed to match that of the locals. As usual, no one paid him any mind. But by now, a spectacular-looking woman had caught his attention, and he gazed for a while. After that, the stranger simply vanished, disappearing into thin air. This too went completely unnoticed, as well as the fact that the man had ever so slightly twitched his fingers as he was following the woman. Right at that moment, the fly flew out from his palm and headed straight towards her. Only a few weeks later, this spectacular beauty got married to an extremely wealthy man, and her singing career took off. All her dreams appeared to have come true, same as what happened with that poor fellow, at whose window the stranger had been staring at while at the other end of the world. But then he was found dead in a room full of flies. The gruesome details of his death did not make it into the news reports, not because of any confidentiality regarding the investigation, but because the SCP Foundation had already intervened at this point. The dead man they discovered was a victim of SCP-3063. Amongst other reasons, this is not the most pleasant object because it is, frankly speaking, a fly. SCP-3063 is of the Keter class, and is not currently in Foundation custody because the Foundation has yet to figure out how to make this happen. The object looks like any run-of-the-mill male housefly. However, SCP-3063 is actually a telepathic entity connected to Level 5 reality sculptors. It has no anomalous protection per se, so you could kill the anomalous fly just like any other. But after that, the creature simply reappears in the same form somewhere else on Earth. Scientists have yet to determine whether a new identical fly appears, or if the object takes...
実験が始まりました。レーダーを活性化します。
これくらいなら十分でしょ。クラクラするわね。とりあえず使ってみようかしら。あの人に見せたいわ。クラクラするわね。誰が入れたの？とりあえず使ってみようかしら。それなりの味がある。この辺かな。どれどれ、銀製品とかない？思ったよりよくできたんじゃない？
生存者が死亡しました。
とは違う楽しさがあるわね。とりあえず使ってみようかしら。他のものも作ってみようかしら。あの人にも見せたいわ。
生存者が死亡しました。
祈ったところで何も変わらないわよ。エメラルド、これはどう？これ他のものも作ってみようか。これはどう？こういうのが好き？ 獲物発見。せっかくね。
生存者が死亡しました。
飛んであげる。獲物がシュッとする。こういうのが好き。
生存者が死亡しました。
するでしょ。こんなところには死体がよくあるのよね。ちゃんと授業を受けてる子にも驚いた。この辺かな。自慢しに行かなくっちゃ。固定された的に当てるのって楽しますね。こういう
新しい禁止区域が指定されました。
するでしょ。これはどう？かわいいちび。
少しで十分です。ここまでです。
するでしょ。
少しで十分です。少し集中。
生存者が死亡しました。
ごめんね。固定された的に当てるのって楽しいのかしら。誰が入れたの？ここはこれは粘るの？するでしょ。これはどう？この辺かな。クラクラするわね。楽しい。もう
生存者が死亡しました。
こういう
生存者が10人となりました。
粘るの？あらここシュッとするでしょ。
生存者が死亡しました。新しい禁止区域が指定されました。
あの人にも見せたいわ。ゾクゾクするわ。 私の期待に応えてね。楽しみ。もっと耐えてみなさい。もっと耐えてみなさい。いいところに楽しませてくれ。これはこういうことだ。生存者が死亡しました。木に登ってみようかしら。ホテリスかな。全部私のものよ。プレゼントよ。受け取ってくれる？
Oh, what the
生
fuck?
存者が死亡しました。
バレたね。
Play on the Europe server where I have to lag so much. Fuck you.
over the bodies of ordinary flies at the place of origin. For now, it's assumed that only one instance of SCP-3063 can exist at any given time. What's more, the object is able to communicate with people. This is, in fact, its primary goal. The anomalous fly's incarnations will choose a victim and try to make a deal with them. Yes, you heard that correctly. The fly, via telepathy, offers to fulfill any wishes held by the person, and it would appear it can read minds. If the victim does not wish to make a deal, the object dives further into their mind, becoming more and more persistent and sweetening the pot until they finally accept. At the same time, however, the object says nothing about the terms of the contract. When the victim agrees, the fly ignites spontaneously on the spot, and the person receives whatever it is they wanted almost immediately. This is most often either power, wealth, lovers, or some kind of superpowers. The current version of SCP-3063 may potentially die before the chosen victim has accepted the deal. But in this case, all that happens is the next incarnation of the object continues the work. So then what, you might be thinking? Well, the victim enjoys a dream fulfilled and goes on with their life. That is, at least until the time of reckoning, which begins exactly 2,376 days after sealing the deal with SCP-3063.
見る目があるわね。
And as it turns out, the price for fulfilling their desires is much too high. After the time allotted runs out, the victim begins to feel unwell. As it so happens, inside all their organs, muscles, ear canals, and nostrils, there are a multitude of eggs. The eggs of flies and other insects in the same order. The exact number fluctuates somewhere between 5 and 20,000. The hatched larvae begin making their way to freedom via the victim's body tissues. This process can stretch anywhere from 3 days up to 2 whole weeks, during which the person remains fully conscious. Furthermore, when the larvae become adults, they also begin to multiply and lay more eggs. This cycle continues until the victim dies from internal damage. Among the cases found by the Foundation, approximately 70% of the victims attempted to take their own life, but there's no evidence pointing to whether or not they succeeded in this. And if they did not, then why? Having managed to isolate several of them prior to the expiration of the 2,376 days, researchers had the opportunity to study the emerging insects. The latter appear to have no anomalous properties whatsoever, save for their unusual habitat and behavior. When a victim already affected by the swarm of insects dies, they also die with them, regardless of their stage of development. Foundation scientists have not had any luck finding a way to heal the bodies of people in whom larvae.
実験が始まりました。レーダーを活性化します。
見た目とは違ってバッチリじゃない。ここは慣れた感じね。獲物発見。これくらいなら十分でしょ。あの人にも見せたいわ。見た目とは違ってバッチリじゃない。鉱脈はないのかな。他のものも作ってみようかしら。獲物発見。祈ったところで何も変わらないわよ。他のものも作ってみようかしら。あの人にも見せたいわ。金になりそうな感じがしないわね。慣れてきたのかしら。
生存者が死亡しました。
それなりの味があるかも。ご褒美の時間よ。シュッとするでしょ。
生存者が死亡しました。生存者が死亡しました。
次はないのね。
生存者が死亡しました。
金になりそうなものはなさそうね。
僕にお任せください。
これはどう？
請求書です。今です。
もう耐えてみなさい。するでしょ。どこ行くの？
今です。
追いついてあげる。
今の取引です。
パイプを乗りかわいいビビがいたんだね。ヒットするでしょ。そこチェック。ねえ、ヒットするでしょ。
生存者が死亡しました。生存者が死亡しました。
ユーのプレゼントよ。受け取った。
生存者が死亡しました。敵が連続キルを達成しています。新しい禁止区域が指定されました。
患者に手を出したりはしないわよ。私、こういう裏寂しい雰囲気。誰が私を楽しませてくれるのかしら。獲物発見。これは
生存者が死亡しました。
命。驚いた。全部私。もう派手に遊んであげるわ。獲物発見。よっしゃ。プレゼントよ。受け取ってくれる？これはどう？こういうのが好き？石像ね。よく見て。
生存者が死亡しました。
驚いた？ ゾクするわ。チリッとするでしょ。
新しい禁止区域が指定されました。
クラクラするわね。変装でもしてみようかしら。メダル驚いた。誰が入れたの？それなりの味があるかも。もう耐えてみなさい。プレゼントよ。もっと耐えてみなさい。チリッとするでしょ。体が出るわね。かわいいジビがいたの。
僕にお任せくださ
祈ったところで
い。いい取引
何も
です。
変わらないわ。もう耐えてみなさい。
いい取引です。
どこ見てるの？かわいいジビがいたの。
僕にお任せください。僕にお任せください。
Holy shit!
敵を防ぐことができません。
あと少し
生存者が5人残りました。新しい禁止区域が指定されました。
How in the hell was he able to fucking catch up? I have to eat my food, dumbass. Bruh.
見る目があるわね。
They have already appeared. The process comes to an end only when the host dies. Afterwards, a new incarnation of the anomalous fly appears somewhere in the world, and the whole gig repeats itself. Due to the obvious difficulty related to tracking SCP-3063 and its victims, it's not well understood. Additionally, those who made the deal with it live without any signs of abnormality for more than 6 years. Such a long period of time renders the task rather difficult for scientists. The creature alone chooses whom it will contact, so it's therefore impossible to conduct any kind of controlled experiments. Nevertheless, 6 SCP Foundation personnel have been victims of the object. Each of them tried to glean at least some information or neutralize it. The first incident was with senior researcher Elizabeth Gao. Her desire was actually the death of the object. The fly therefore burned to death right in front of the doctor. But exactly 2,376 days later, the woman suffered the same fate as the other victims. The object appears to have interpreted the desire for its death as the death of its current incarnation only. Dr. David Roberts became the second victim. He had tried to stop the object, wishing for it to be permanently contained. The current incarnation of SCP-3063 ceased moving and was subsequently placed in Site-63. However, larvae nonetheless appeared in the scientist's body following the established deadline. Only 3 months after his death, a new version of the object had already been encountered. A researcher named Dr. Caroline Fairweather cut a deal with the object, wishing a permanent cessation to any action on its part. This condition was fulfilled for exactly 2,376 days. When the object proposed the deal to researcher William Marlowe, he expressed his desire to know the true nature of SCP-3063. The fly burned up, and a piece of paper appeared in front of the scientist, containing all information the Foundation currently has regarding the object.
実験が始まりました。レーダーを活性化します。
クラクラするわね。誰が入れたの？何の匂い？金になりそうな感じがしないわね。盗むのとは違う楽しさがあるわね。こんなところには死体がよくあるのよね。見た目とは違ってバッチリじゃない。金になりそうな感じがしないわね。
生存者が死亡しました。
あの人に見せたいわ。他のものも作ってみようかしら。祈ったところで何も変わらないわ。普通かな。盗むのとは違う楽しさがあるわね。楽しませてシュッとする。おしゃれないかね。他のものも作って
生存者が死亡しました。
盗むのとは違う楽しさがあるわね。楽しい。もっと耐えてみなさい。ご褒美の時間よ。テストしてみるの？あんたから壊してあげる。テストしてみる？ 洞窟はあまり好みじゃない。ちょっと冷ますわ。どれどれ。見た目とは違ってバッチリじゃない。こんな屋根の上は飛び回ったらすぐ割れてしまうのよね。生存者が死亡しました。しました。生存者が10人残りました。新しい禁止区域が指定されました。もう耐えてみなさい。こんな屋根の上は逃げてみろ。空にも目がある。どこ行くの？逃げてみろ。全部私のものよ。生存者が死亡しました。敵が連続キルを達成しています。ほてりすぎかな。ちょっと冷ますわ。これは何の匂い？まだ腐ってないわね。生存者が死亡しました。敵が連続キルを達成しています。誰かが実験に再参加しました。生存者が死亡しました。獲物発見。もう耐えてみなさい。誰が入れたの？人が込み入れ。もう耐えて。驚いた。驚いた。これは何の匂い？生存者が死亡しました。ゴミも必要なと。敵が戦場を駆け巡っています。罠じゃないわよね。この辺かな。普通かな。新しい禁止区域が指定されました。楽しませて。生存者が死亡しました。敵が戦場に駆け巡っています。もう耐えてみて。 ゴミも必要な時があるものよ。観客、誰が
生存者が死亡しました。
楽しい。これはこの際だし、泳ぎでも学んでみようかしら。ゾクゾクするわ。私の期待に応えてね。この辺かな。誰かが隠した金塊とかで、これはどう？いいところに行ってね。
新しい禁止区域が指定されました。
まだ腐ってないわね。めっちゃ耐えてみなさい。
メロディーに感じられます。
めっちゃ耐えてみなさい。全部私のもの。
メロディーに感じられます。
ほてりすぎかな。
生存者が死亡しました。
まずは
生存者が5人残りました。誰かが実験に再参加しました。生存者が5人残りました。
ちょっと冷ますわ。M、これはどう？耐えてみなさい。誰が入れたの？石像ね。よく見たことあるわ。楽しませてくれない？
新しい禁止区域が指定されました。
これ鉱脈はないの？
狩りを始める。
もう
空にも目が。
全部私のものよ。
Hey, bitch.
石像ね。よく見たことあるわ。
狩りを始めよう。
私の期待に応えて。
生存者が死亡しました。敵を防ぐことができません。
いいところに行ってね。どれどれ、銀製品とかない？
新しい禁止区域が指定されました。
自慢しに行かなくっちゃ。変装でもしてみようかしら。獲物発見。
生存者が死亡しました。最終生存者3人です。生存者が死亡しました。敵が連続キルを達成しています。最終生存者2人です。
ご褒美の時間よ。誰が私を楽しませてくれるのかしら。拾ったものは自分のものってね。鉱脈はないのかな。新しい禁止区域が指定されました。私の期待に応えてね。まだ腐ってないわね。誰が私を楽しませてくれるのかしら。これはどう？かわいい。スリルがあるわね。学校より社会から学べることが多いのよ。
どうぞ。捕まえる。
ほてりすぎかな。ちょっと冷ます。どこ？
生存者が死亡しました。敵が戦場を支配しています。
あと少しだったのに。
was determined that the entity had not lied, and the data was true. Dr. Patrick McGann requested additional information on the object, and he received the same file, in addition to the files of two others. One was McGann himself, and the second was a future victim of SCP-3063. Although after reading the file, the scientist committed suicide. The next encounter with the anomalous fly involved a Foundation employee, Dr. Jonathan Mabry. He asked, "Is there any choice at all?" After this, the scientist suffered from a severe pulmonary embolism and was rushed to the emergency room, although he died on the way. As it turns out, SCP-3063 is able to predict the future or directly influence it. The Foundation monitors manifestations of the object around the world, and any person who's made a deal with it is subsequently sent to be contained for life. However, other requirements specified in the object file do raise a number of questions. For example, it states that those affected by SCP-3063 do not require food and should not be released from their cell until they die. Researchers have also made the argument that although the insects emerging from the victim's body are not useless, it's still that...
運命より大事なのは私たちの意志です。
necessary to kill the person who's made a deal before natural death occurs, in the event they cannot be isolated. For this purpose, there exists Procedure 18 Islip. The victim and everything within a 10-meter radius is exposed to a lethal dose of an insecticide. After the person and insects die, everything is burned. All witnesses are to receive amnestics right after. Keep in mind, a course of amnestics. The area itself where Procedure 18 Islip is carried out is isolated for at least a month. And in order to keep civilians out, a supposed chemical leak incident is the go-to story. Also, protocol calls for the elimination of all incarnations of the object immediately and by any means necessary. Following this, any and all areas on the zone where the object appeared are required to be treated with the most powerful insecticides available. All employee places of residence are subject to the same procedure as well. In short, Foundation employees are prohibited from reacting to the presence of the object or any copies, save to eliminate it. It would seem, though, that these containment conditions are way over the top, and even a bit illogical based on what we know concerning SCP-3063. The object file was received from the creature itself, so he's either lying or is giving warnings of a real danger. Scientists have found evidence of SCP-3063's activity going back as far as 4,000 years ago. The object is brought up in ancient Canaanite writings. It's believed that during this time he made at least 615 deals with different people. I'm sure you couldn't help but notice a certain similarity between the object and the demon Beelzebub. And yes, 2,376 days does indeed come out to 6 years, 6 months, and 6 days. But could it just be nonsense and superstition? The most ancient of creatures takes on the form of a fly, grants wishes and desires, then takes that life 6.5 years later. I don't know about you, but I'd wager that SCP-3063 is some sort of toy, belonging to a bored creature of ancient times. Perhaps some tool with which to verify. The abnormal fly has spent thousands upon thousands of years in search of a single person who's truly uninterested in its suggestions and enticements. Although it would appear that this is yet to happen. But what about you? Do you think the object really has anything to do with the demon Beelzebub? Let us know in the comments, and don't forget to leave a like if you enjoyed today's video. Do you know why it is when people try to build the ideal?
実験が始まりました。レーダーを活性化します。外ではこういうの見たことないのに。月が満ちたら傾き、太陽が昇って沈むように休息は重要です。少し良くなりました。そう思いませんか？私の潜水術はほとんど独学でした。だから何かを作るのも十分できます。外ではこういうの見たことないのに。どんなにいい家でも人の手が届かないと壊れるものです。さあ、作ってみましょうか。 の占いが出る時があります。まさにそういう時みたいですね。外ではこういうの見たことないのに。森は精神の健康にいいです。散歩にもいいですし。友達が言っています。このまま進んだらうまくいく。
生存者が死亡しました。
まだ未熟だった時の占いみたいですね。予想外の占いが出る時があります。まさにそういう時みたいですね。ちょっと待ってください。今何か分かったような気がします。さあ作ってみましょうか。次は何が私たちを待っているのでしょう。あ、木星みたいです。木々の間から空が見えますね。ボイドムーンです。この島の瞬間が歪んでいます。星をたたえましょう。火星の時間です。星をたたえましょう。厳かな雰囲気ですね。自らを振り返る場所でしょうか。ボイドムーンですね。
生存者が死亡しました。
どのように編み出されるのか。方言の光。ガイアと示す光を照らしてあげます。中央と血管、バランスとアンバランス。フレアです。
生存者が死亡しました。
月とつながりました。星をたたえましょう。星が運命を見つけ、どんな星に光るのでしょう。厳かな雰囲気ですね。自らを振り返る場所でしょうか。生きている間は尽くさなければなりません。中央と血管、バランスとアンバランス。ボードムーン、光を照らしてあげます。落ちる海。少し休みながら空でも見てみましょうか。必要な時のための小さな幸運を。衝動と行動、訓練と意志。
生存者が死亡しました。
方言。
生存者が10人残りました。
暗雲を受け止めます。カードマジック。月は気まぐれです。ボイドムーンですね。月とつながりました。
新しい禁止区域が指定されました。
光を照らしてあげます。中央と血管、バランスとアンバランス。火のような名誉が見えます。フレアです。運命をつないでみましょうか。星が運命を月は気まぐれです。ボイドムーンですね。太陽の成功権ですね。あ、月とつながりました。
生存者が死亡しました。
姿を表しましたね。これは太陽です。ここで占いをするのはやめましょう。小さな労働から大きな喜びを基地が今日の構成が決めてくれます。どんな星を光るのか。
生存者が10人残りました。
厳かな雰囲気ですね。自らを振り返る場所でしょうか。小さいことから一歩ずつ基地と強化の構成が決めてくれます。あ、運命をつないでみましょうか。
生存者が死亡しました。
金星に対応していれば、
生存者が死亡しました。
木星に対応していれば大きな手術をしました。昔話です。これも観測と言えるのでしょうか。運命を伝えてみましょうか。答えを差し上げます。私たちは生命の主観者ではありません。運命を伝えてみましょうか。火のような名誉でも。
生存者が死亡しました。
空でも見てみましょうか。あ、太陽に燃えているんですね。
新しい禁止区域が指定されました。
ボイドムーンです。どんな星が光るのでしょう。星雲が光っているんですね。動いて月食から月が抜け出すように。少し休みながら空でも見てみましょうか。ここはどんな場所ですか？あまり期待しない方が失望もしません。この子たちからは星の気配が感じられませんね。小さいことから一歩ずつ、衝動と行動、訓練と意志。ボイドムーンですね。星をたたえましょう。天星術を始めましょうか。小さな労働から大きな喜びを。ここはどんな場所ですか？ここはひときわ寂しい感じがしますね。
生存者が死亡しました。敵を防ぐことができません。
と行動、訓練と意志。運命をつないでみましょうか。落ちる運命。月は気まぐれです。
新しい禁止区域が指定されました。
一つの星が去ってしまいましたね。ボイドムーンですね。あ、運命をつないでみましょうか。一つの星が去ってしまいましたね。運命をつないでみましょう。星が去って光を照らしてあげます。光を照らしてあげます。落ちる運命。重要と極端。バランスとアンバランス。フレア。ここはひときわ寂しい感じがしますね。重要と極端。バランスとアンバランス。
生存者が死亡しました。敵が戦場を支配しています。
星が光るのでしょう。星雲が輝く。運命をつないでみましょうか。衝動と行動、訓練と意志。 こはひときわ寂しい感じがしますね。予想外の占いが出る時があります。まさにそういう時みたいですね。まあこれを私たちがやり遂げたとは。先生術を始めましょうか。光を照らしてあげます。はっ、空間は歪んでいます。先生術を始めましょうか。運命を捉えた脱出地域に到着で生存能力がありました。先生術を始めましょうか。火のような名誉が見えます。フレアの運命をつなげてください。星を迎えましょう。月は気まぐれです。落ちた海に生存者が死亡しました。生命の主観者では生存者が5人残りました。新しい禁止区域が指定されました。木々の間から空が見えますね。火星の時間です。月とつながりました。答えを差し上げます。先生術を始めましょうか。予想外の占いが出る時があります。まさにそういう時みたいですね。これは太陽です。森は避難と豊かさの場所です。火星の時間です。はっ、月は気まぐれです。はっ、この空間は歪んでいます。厳かな雰囲気ですね。自らを振り返る場所でしょうか。衝動と行動、訓練開始。中央と極端、バランスとアンバランス。私たちは生命の主観者ではありません。寂しさが心を満たしています。新しい禁止区域が指定されました。一つの星が去ってしまいましたね。次は何が私たちを待っているのでしょう。これは太陽です。ボイドムーンです。私たちは生命の主観者ではありません。木星は最高の吉星です。実際はガスの塊ですが、基地か京都は恒星が決めてくれます。受けたことに対してはいつも感謝の意を表さなければなりません。衝動と行動、訓練開始。どんな星が来るのでしょう。星が運命を導くでしょう。基地と京都は恒星が決めてくれます。次は何が私たちを待っているのでしょう。一つの星が去ってしまいましたが、どんな星が光るのでしょう。光を照らしてあげます。私たちは生命の主観者ではありません。運命をつないでみましょうか。光を照らしてあげます。新しい禁止区域が指定されました。基地の強化は恒星が決めてくれます。これが俺の戦略だ。生存者が死亡しました。敵が連続キルを達成しています。大事なことです。
communist society, they could never succeed, because they're not spiders. Apparently, these are the only creatures that are able to live normally in such a society. Granted, this applies only to those spiders that have become sentient. The Foundation has classified the Marxist-type communist spider society as SCP-1006, by the way. It consists of sentient representatives of an unknown species from the spider genus Araneus. The colony lives in one of the world's national parks, most likely in the US, namely Texas, judging by some imperfect data. The first time they were accidentally noticed was when a married couple was walking by in the park. They immediately notified park management that some unusual creatures had appeared in these parts. The Foundation took control of the arachnids after several suspicious incidents. First off, communist propaganda woven from the web drew their attention. Second, in the very same way, these spiders created human faces, copying random passers-by. The third bit of evidence as to the spiders' unusual behavior were their attempts to block access to their commune through branches. Despite the dominance of communist ideology, this society is not all that straightforward. Parts of SCP-1006's representatives are involved in maintaining the web in a stable state. The majority of them belong to the working class. The ruling elite make up a small minority. Their main task is to promote the idea of the so-called whole. The spiders' native language is English, although they can't actually speak. They leave their messages for the Foundation's employees in ink on plywood boards. Their messages do not really differ in any way, and are always about the same things. The spiders demand that people recognize the shortcomings and failure of Western imperialism. They harshly criticize the bourgeoisie and demand that the park ban the use of chemical repellents against arthropods. This whole communist gang is led by a large spider, which looks like a wolf spider in its appearance. He lives on the biggest tree in the park. After communicating with him, it turned out that the spiders believe that the world belongs to them. But the bourgeois humanoids have concentrated all power in their hands, and are now exploiting and oppressing the unfortunate proletarian spiders. Despite such aggressive rhetoric, the Supreme Spider considers himself a benevolent leader. Currently, far-left political spiders live in an extremely complex web located in a small oak forest. The web is multi-layered. It has a large central network, as well as several secondary small networks. These were crafted extremely well. If there's even the slightest break in the web or any other damage, the spiders go to repair the web with great enthusiasm and a sense of duty to the Communist Spider Society. To tell you the truth though, the whole area smells pretty disgusting. After all, for other insects to avoid being caught in such a dense set of webs is simply unrealistic. Therefore, everything here is littered with the corpses of arthropods, including the dead bodies of anomalous spiders. Small birds and animals are also often caught in the dense, strong webs, which makes the smell in this area even more unbearable. There's even a human corpse in the communist web. More specifically, there are long decomposed remains in the form of bones covered with dead insects. There are also bottle caps, pocket watches, small metal items, and random pebbles lying next to it. The Foundation wanted to take...
実験が始まりました。レーダーを活性化します。
見た目とは違ってバッチリじゃない。ゴミも必要な時があるものよ。金になりそうな感じがしないわね。盗むのとは違う楽しさがあるわね。見た目とは違ってバッチリじゃない。木に登ってみようかしら。他のものも作ってみようかしら。 ことあるわ。他のものも作ってみようかしら。あの人にも見せたいわ。金になりそうな感じがしないわね。
生存者が死亡しました。
これくらいなら十分でしょ。それなりの味があるかも。慣れてきたのかしら。次はないのね。誰が入れたの？思ったより。これはどう？そうでしょ。思ったよりよくできたんじゃない？
浄化装置設置完了。
死亡しました。
見てるよ。プレゼントよ。受け取ってくれる？
捕まえました。あのうちに
ほてりすぎかな。ちょっと冷ますわ。
浄化装置設置完了。もっといいタイミングありましたか？支援に入ります。あのうちに
どこへシュッとするでしょ。
浄化装置設置完了。
シュッとする。
ください。捕らえました。
私ほてりすぎかな。ちょっと冷ますわ。祈ったところで何も変わらないわよ。プレゼント受け取ってくれ。
捕まえました。
最後まで追いついてあげるわ。
支援に入り
プレ
ます。
ゼントよ。受け取ってくれる？獲物発見。もっと
浄化装置
どこ行く
新しい禁止区域が指定されました。
の？ほてりすぎかな。ちょっと冷ますわ。祈ったところで何も変わらないわよ。
支援に入ります。今のうちに
かわいいジルがいたの。
浄化装置完了。
時間よ。最後まで追いついてあげるわ。
支援に入ります。移動します。移動します。
プレゼントよ。受け取って。
生存者が死亡しました。連続キルを達成しています。生存者が死亡しました。
はい。
洞窟はあまり好みじゃないのよ。どれどれ。
生存者が死亡しました。
製品とかない？
生存者が 10人残りました。
見た目とは違ってバッチリじゃない。楽しませてくれない？派手に遊んであげる。
生存者が死亡しました。
とするでしょう。思ったよりよくできたんじゃない？
生存者が死亡しました。
こんなところには死体がよくあるのよね。楽しませて驚い
た？新しい禁止地域が指定されました。
見た目とは違ってバッチリじゃない。鉱脈はないのかな？
生存者が死亡しました。
次かな？
敵を防ぐことができません。
冷ますこれはどう？
生存者が死亡しました。
獲物
敵が戦場を支配しています。
海はたくさん見てきたんだけどね。獲物発見。プレゼントよ。受け取ってくれる？これが俺の戦略だ。
死亡しました。生存者が
Man, I didn't even want to fight you.
新しい禁止区域が指定されました。
I guess in this point of time it
誰か
didn't
が
even matter.
隠した金塊とか出てこないかな。ほてりすぎかな。ちょっと冷ますわ。止められない。まだ腐ってない。獲物発見。これはかわいい。最後まで追いついてあげるわ。
私生存者が死亡しました。
Oof.
連続キルです。
子供の頃にはこんな家に住む人たちとよく会ってたわ。自慢しに行かなくっちゃ。まだ腐ってないわね。海はたくさん見てた。もっと耐えてみなさい。こういうのが好き？楽しい。もっと驚いた。驚いた。 一番高い建物ね。あの人にも見せたいわ。
生存者が死亡しました。最終生存者3人です。
派手に遊んであげるわ。見た目とは違ってバッチリじゃない。警察署もあるんだ。へえ。
新しい禁止区域が指定されました。
もっと耐えてみなさい。鉱脈はないのかな。獲物。獲物。これは驚いた。鉱脈はないのかな。
この辺かな。新しい禁止区域が指定されました。
これはどう？何を期待したの？まだ腐ってないわね。見た目とは違ってバッチリじゃない。ゴミも必要な時があるものよ。これはほてりすぎかな。ちょっと冷ますわ。チリッとするでしょ。これはチリッとするでしょ。
もうすぐ臨時セーフゾーンが解除されます。
ゾクゾクするわ。ほてりすぎかな。ちょっと冷ますわ。ごめんね。覗き見しちゃう？耐えてみなさい。 ここは慣れた感じね。心配ないか。これは
セーフゾーンが終了されました。もうすぐセキュリティコンソール周辺が最後のセーフゾーンに設定されます。もうすぐ最後のセーフゾーンが解除されます。
獲物どこ行くの？
死亡しました。勝利しました。
ちょっと待って。
実験が始まりました。レーダーを活性化します。
逃げるんじゃないよ。こんなことしている場合じゃない。
生存者が死亡しました。生存者が死亡しました。
ください。もっといいタイミングありました。スクリーン起動します。起動します。待ってください。
かわいい。 どこ行くの？
新しい禁止区域が指定されました。
支援に入ります。もらいました。
プレゼントよ。
グリーン
全部私のものよ。もっと
もっといいタイミングありましたよ。
どこ行くの？
生存者が死亡しました。敵が連続キルを達成しています。生存者が死亡しました。生存者が死亡しました。生存者が10人残りました。生存者が死亡しました。新しい禁止区域が指定されました。こういうの初めてかな。生存者が死亡しました。敵が連続キルを達成しています。それは生存者が死亡しました。敵が戦場を駆け巡っています。生存者が死亡しました。生存者が5人残りました。
どこ行くの？もうちゃ
しました。生存者が5人残りました。新しい禁止区域が指定されました。こんなことしている場合じゃない。こんなことしている場合じゃない。しました。敵を防ぐことができません。
するでしょ。これはプレゼント。悪い。
生存者が死亡しました。敵が連続キルを達成しています。
る場合じゃない。生存者が死亡しました。最終生存者3人。戦える。十分だ。
Take the body for a more detailed examination, but the spiders would not allow it. However, according to indirect data, it was possible to find out that the person had died from blunt force trauma quite some time ago. An ID card that was found nearby is highly likely to shed light as to the identity of said victim. Although his name was kept secret, it's known that he was a politician from Texas. He went missing back in 1976. This man became famous due to his radical views. Although which ones exactly, Foundation documents do not indicate. But I'm more than certain they were communist views. I assume it was this person that's behind SCP-1006's creation. Such radical energy oozed out of this communist politician that it transformed all the matter around him. During the process of decomposition, all the SCP-1006 organisms formed from the body of this politician. Thus, his ideas, as it were, continue to live on in these anomalous spiders. That's why they zealously protect the remains as their main relic. Perhaps if they were to be removed, the spiders would also cease to exist. The politician's brain appears to have transformed into the so-called benevolent leader, as well as several other instances of SCP-1006, which together form some sort of collective mind. These specimens produce complex vibrations in the strands of the web, whereby the orders of the Supreme Spider are transmitted throughout the SCP-1006 communist community. Despite their radical political views, the spiders are considered a harmless anomaly. However, they're not allowed to leave the almost 700-foot or 213-meter containment area. To prevent this from happening, Foundation staff visit the facility every 2 weeks. Civilians are not allowed into the territory where the spiders are kept, under the pretext that endangered species of animals live there. But why not just move them to a more convenient place for the Foundation? After all, this would eliminate a lot of the complexities associated with the object's containment. However, the anomalous spiders are very sensitive to any changes in environment and can die from even minor interventions. And the Foundation doesn't want to lose the anomaly just like that. Furthermore, it's not currently known how the entire colony will react to the forced relocation. You never know what ace they may have up their sleeve. What if they have some hidden powerful abilities that are activated in the event of an attack by enemies? For these reasons, it was decided to build Observation Post 45, which, in addition to the employees, also contains informational material with communist propaganda. At the request of intelligent spiders, they're provided with audiobooks containing Marxist and classical literature. Best to let them listen to books rather than organize revolutions. In order for the spiders to express their demands and wishes, they must always have ink and a large plywood board available. If one must approach the spider's habitat, employees must be dressed in level C protective suits, because the air near the communist colony is far from clean. Therefore, when leaving the territory, employees are required to undergo a disinfection procedure. Granted, this is done mainly to destroy those spiders and their eggs, which decided to jump the Iron Curtain by clinging to the employee's suit. Do such spiders really exist, though? Are there really any dissidents among these sentient anomalous spiders who do not share the same views of the majority? If the anomalous spiders actually originated from the missing politician, then it's
人
unlikely.
形が動く
This
って
person most likely believed
見
in
る
and
目があ
strove
る
for
わね
communism with every cell in his body, which means that his body could not possibly give rise to any counter-revolutionaries. Although, perhaps they did not come from the deceased politician. Let's say the spiders themselves were already sentient, and the first person they met was that same communist from Texas. Maybe he did not go missing, but in fact went into the forest of his own free will. Disappointed in people, he decided to teach the works of Marx to intelligent spiders instead, whom he had just so happened to meet on his way. The anomalous arthropods embraced communist ideals. The benevolent leader also liked Marx's teachings, but the other spider's commitment to the Texan politician alarmed the leader. However, he could not openly resist the person. The spider commune's love for the stranger was already too strong. So the leader simply waited for the right moment and killed the human politician by hitting him on the head with some blunt object. It's difficult to imagine how the spider could do this, but let's assume that everything went down just like that. The spiders were very sad about their dead comrade, so the benevolent leader decided to keep his body, just like the Soviet communists kept the corpse of Lenin in the mausoleum. The Supreme Spider knew history well, and such a parallel apparently flattered him very much. Perhaps for this reason, he even identified himself with yet another Soviet leader, Stalin. In this case, we have a sample of real dictatorship. It turns out that the spiders do not work for the common good and building a communist utopia, but only for the comfortable life of the Supreme Spider. It's very hard to believe that these sentient spiders would so suddenly choose communism voluntarily. Judge for yourself. These are spiders. Ants are definitely born communists, working exclusively for the common good and having no idea what private property is. Spiders, on the other hand, are usually presented as ardent owners of their own, who will never allow a stranger into their personal web except for mating. But there is a nuance here. Members of SCP-1006 are members of the genus Araneus, which in turn are members of the orb-weaving spider family Araneae. Some representatives of this spider family lead an active social life. They weave common networks without any communist propaganda and anomalous intelligence. However,
The protocol has begun. The battlefield will open shortly. ドキドキしてきたわ。クラクラするわね。The battlefield is now open. Terminated. A subject has been terminated. A subject has been terminated. クラクラするわ。動きなら十分。これはいかん。最大出力。
has been terminated. A subject has been terminated. Next phase initiated.
A 楽しませてくれない
A subject has been terminated. Double kill.
見た目とは違ってバッチリじゃない
こんなことしている場合じゃない。よければよけてみろ。
どこ行くの最後まで追いついてあげる獲物発見
武器なら十分だ。A subject has been terminated. Double kill.
私のものよ Triple kill
次。A subject has been terminated.
これはどこ見てるのどこ行くの見た目とは違ってバッチリじゃない
A subject has been terminated. An enemy is consecutively eliminating survivors.
ちょっと冷ますわ。ほてりすぎかな。ちょっと冷ますわ。Subject has been terminated. Double kill. A subject has been terminated. You've achieved victory. 華麗な勝利の幕を閉じる時間よ。
However, these members of the genus Arrhenius, which make up the majority of SCP-1006, are still not social in nature. And wolf spiders, which is what the leader appears to be, are also mavericks of sorts. So then why don't Foundation staff tell the spiders of alternative points of view on social relations? After all, apart from the classic works of Marx, the spiders hardly read or listen to anything. Perhaps the Foundation is simply protecting the spiders from reprisals. After all, if there are dissidents within the community, the benevolent leader would most likely deal with them swiftly. The Foundation's task, in this case, is to preserve the anomaly, not to provoke a genocide within it. Let their internal regime be preserved, so long as it does not expand beyond the colony. After all, judging by their political views, the spider should be hostile to people, although they have shown no open aggression towards the Foundation's employees. Do you think they might be plotting some kind of revolution to overthrow mankind and his seat of power? If so, how can they implement this? Share your thoughts on this in the comments below. What's the first thing that comes to mind when you hear the phrase, senseless and endless labor? The ancient Greeks thought up a lot of different myths, like the one where Sisyphus was forever rolling a stone up a mountain to demonstrate endless activity that makes no sense. But they had no idea about Dr. Christensen and his painstaking work on SCP-5683. This object is a giant spider, or rather a spider-like creature. After all, it often mutates, and its body parts are prone to some radical changes. Containing this anomaly is
Alright, hello everyone, my name is Shep, welcome back to the Butcher's Circus, and today we are going to be playing with the Armored Burger Comp. So it is a very special team used by Koshiro, a good friend of mine that has used it in tournaments before, and it's a Stress Leper team. So this is the only occasion, the only team for which I don't use my never use Stress Leper rule. In this team, it actually works relatively well. It has a decent matchup against WT, has a decent matchup against Hit Squad, relatively well. It has a decent matchup against WT, has the only team for which I don't use my never use Stress Leper rule. In this team, it actually works relatively well. It has a decent matchup against WT, has a decent matchup against Hit Squad, all the Mark teams, because it's just so freaking tanky with all the stuff that it has. So we will go over that for a second, but today we're playing against W, and they have Silver Syringe on the Antiquarian. So, you know, I just felt like I had to point that out. It's just so funny when people do that, because it doesn't work, right? It doesn't work. That's the funny part. The healing skills don't matter on the rejuvenating papers, but you still see a lot of novices and apprentices just bring Silver Syringe on the Antiquarian expecting it to work. It's quite funny. The only way it could work, potentially, is if you have a Flagellant and the Flagellant dies, then you heal yourself for more after he dies. And the other way it could work is if you have Tears of the Lost, you go Vigorous and then you get plus healing skills. Those are the only two situations where it would actually work. So here we got ourselves marked, and honestly I could just go Defender, but I'm not sure if I want to do that. So the team, the setup with the trinkets is just a touch different from what Koshiro actually uses. And what the Leper has is that he has Exotic Snuff and the Net, and the reasoning behind these two is that, oh, nice dodge, is that of course you don't want to get slammed or stunned, so you bring the Exotic Snuff, which just makes sense. I mean, you just have to bring it on the Leper, even though there's still pulls into the other characters and then you're still gonna have a horrible time, you should still do this. And the reason behind the net is because it is devastating to Crusaders, Flagellants, Abominations that are in position 1 for you to just go purge immediately and then they go all the way to the back. Like, it just feels amazing to do that. And with Red Heroes Net it happens more often than not. Now, of course, it's going to be a little bit more difficult after the Abomination has transformed, but we're still going to try going for it. I should probably go for Intimidate at this point, but hey, we do get the push the second time around, so that's quite good. And yeah, the Crusader is just gonna have Pit Fighter's Helm, Rite of Execution, Bulwark of White Zealots, just good old Stress Crusader, very, very chunky, very good in these damage situations. And then the Man at Arms, this is the only difference in terms of trinkets, is that Koshio actually has a Protector's Kite instead of the Eerie Eye. And while I think that's okay, I don't think it's the best thing, because having these Velo debuffs applied really, really freaking helps. Also, who did we Velo debuff on? Oh, the Antiquarian. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, having the Velo debuffs to actually apply, you really need the Eerie Eye to have the accuracy without the command, and to just have that debuff skill chance. Null Protector's Kite is quite good for guarding. If you're facing a stun team, they can still stun you relatively reliably without an anti-stun trinket. And if you have Protector's Kite, sure, it's going to give you a little bit more tankiness, but with the Bulwark of Light and with the 2 healers, it really shouldn't matter all that much. I feel like this is way better with the Eerie Eye. Then the cult is just gonna have the Fleshbound Grimoire and the Monkey's Paw. You could run the second net on the Occultist, and then you have both a pull and a push, which are both quite devastating. But honestly, I just like running Monkey's Paw because that's what Koshio is actually running. And with this Monkey's Paw, she dodged 2 Holy Lances and a Punish. And that's essentially what gave her kind of the W, because if you go against a damage team, like a very well built damage team, and they just fail like the 2 abilities onto your occultist, then at that point it's over. If you have a decent stress team, which this is, it is indeed a decent stress team, it's gonna have a very hard time if there's pulls onto your Man at Arms, for example, but thankfully your opponent is not smart enough to actually go for that. So since I don't think there's any way they win this one, especially with crits like these, I'll skip on to the end of the match. Alright, my opponent surrendered shortly after that crit, like about a minute, and now we're playing against Durandal. I wanted to show the banner because I felt like it was a pretty cool looking banner, and it looks like they are playing... oh no, oh no, oh no, 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 Stunning Blow, Stress Crusader. Yeah, this has to be a misclick, I'm gonna have to say so. My guess is this person just booted up YouTube and searched best beginner teams, and they just brought this straight out of my video, but yep, there we go. Stunning Blow instead of Zealous Accusation, and they just surrender. Hopefully we match into them again. Alright, and here we go, on to what I hope is the actual match of this video. And this time we're playing against someone that has 2 dots in their name, though they don't actually show up in the game. And I'm pretty sure I know who this is. I think they're one of the Chinese competitors. They're in my friends list as well. I'm pretty sure they're playing at the moment. Or maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But yeah, we are playing against someone that is Darkest One, and they have a very interesting team going on here. So it looks like they're gonna go for the Stunning Blow. Miss. Okay, it doesn't miss. It would have been lovely if that missed, but sadly it didn't. And it looks like they have a Hellion team, so they're kind of... I wouldn't say trolling, but they're not playing exactly seriously either. So hopefully we have a bit of a fun time here. So one thing I could do is that I could prevent Battle Ballad, but honestly my dodge really isn't too amazing, so I don't think it would be the smartest decision for me. I think my smartest decision at this point is probably just to go with Stand here. The reason I don't want to go for the immediate Bellow, which is kind of what you tend to do, is because if I use a Bellow right now and they go Revenge, I actually waste 1 of my Bellow rounds, and you know, I have 3. And if I go Bellow and they go Battle Ballad, once again I waste 1 of my Bellow rounds, which isn't too good. So here, it looks like the Hellion really is going to be the battering ram of this team, because they're probably not going to be able to deal with my protection too well. And they are going to be able to deal with my HP amounts with that Crushed Hemlock with the breakthrough, so it's going to be quite interesting to see that actually put into work. So you can see that my front line's like 30 prot, 35 prot, 40 prot, and once I get Block of Light, all those values are going to increase by 20, so these are very, very chunky characters. Yeah, it's really gonna have to be with crits and Hemlock if they want to take us out here. That hurts a lot though. Not gonna lie, that does hurt quite a bit. I think this is gonna be an Abyssal Artillery game. I am gonna go for it. I sadly, very sadly missed that Jester. But you know what I'm going for at the start of next round, right? I'm gonna go for Demon's Pull onto that Hellion. I should have done that already. Yeah, I should have done that right as she went into position 3, because then this would put the enemy team in a very, very weird spot. But now they're just gonna hit a chop into me, and might hurt quite a bit, because I haven't used Block of Light yet. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but you never know. Let's see, what do they want to do? I'm not entirely sure if I want to Bulwark or Pull immediately after the chop comes down. It just depends on how much damage they're gonna do. I believe they will focus the Crusader down. He has less HP and less prot, so they probably do a bit more damage here. I don't believe they're going Q. I feel like they want to get a kill early. No, they're going Q. That's surprising. 12-12. That has to be quite unlucky. No, the protection is definitely helping us out here. I think in this situation I will actually just go for the pull first. Because I don't want to get stunned. I would prefer just Holy Lance coming down here, honestly. This is really the problem of running Leper Crusader for either side of me and my opponent here, but it's definitely worse for my opponent because at least in this team I can just move back twice. With the Hellion, she doesn't even know what moving back is, so you literally cannot make that work. I'm gonna use the Block of Light here, quite an obvious play, just to reduce that Crusader damage significantly. Could have gone Bellow too, but we have one Bellow debuff already, and now the protection, so he really shouldn't hurt us all that much. Emphasis on shouldn't. And now the Wicked Hack will still hurt one of my characters, but it really won't do any damage at all. Crit 18, god damn. It really won't do too much damage, and it's only gonna apply Blight on one character, so I'm honestly quite satisfied with how the match is going. I'm probably gonna apply some... Oh, I miss as well. I'm probably gonna apply an Intimidate onto this Sniper. I feel like that's gonna reduce his damage significantly, so I should probably do that very soon. So it looks like the first 2 rounds have been quite rocky so far, like all my characters are essentially at half HP. But at the same time, it's not the end of the world here. They have half damage and I have protection, so they should never be able to just get 2 hits to screw me over here. Well, since you did go for that, I could a Purge, but at the same time I just apply Breakthrough again for my opponent, so instead I'm just gonna do this. The debuff chance is a 95, and now his damage has gone completely out the window. If you drop a Rally to the Flame, I just intimidate you again at the start of this round, so it's perfectly okay for me. It's their only way of clearing debuffs, it's with Rally to the Flame, and I have a very good feeling that they're gonna go for it. Because with minus 73% damage, your Leper is totally useless. No, they're gonna go Iron Swan. They want to hit my Occultist. Well, I don't mind all that much. I'll just heal myself and I'll probably end up better. Probably. Good thing here is they don't have a lot of reach onto my backline, and yeah, we get a 23. We do get a bleed though, so could have been better than that, but of course I'm not gonna complain about a 23 heal on a 0 to 24. Yeah, a good thing about these comps with Leper, Crusader, Chester is that they don't have a lot of reach onto the backline. I mean, good thing for your opponent is that they don't have a lot of reach onto the backline. It's basically just Holy Lance and Finale. So I'm not too concerned about the follow-up to the Iron Swan just killing me immediately, so I don't feel like going Iron Swan here is really the best play for my opponent, but it is what they're going for. So at this point, I feel like a Zealous is warranted. Before I go for any more debuffs, I don't feel like I need any more debuffs to make them deal essentially 0 damage. And if they go for the heal immediately, then they'll clear just way too many debuffs, and it's going to be way too much value with that Rally to the Flame. But I have a feeling... No, they are going to go for it. They are going to go for it. Well, 12. Come on, that's unnecessary. But yeah, now we are definitely going to drop the Intimidate, make them do even less damage. And this is the Armored Burger comp. It's what it does. It just fails 95% debuff chances. Oh boy, that is fun. Sometimes I just wake up and I ask myself a question. Is there justice in this world? The answer is often no, and today it is no as well. Failing a 95% debuff chance, a very, very important 95% debuff chance. That 11 would have been a 7. Yeah, it would have been a massive difference over there, but what can you do about it, I guess. One thing I could have done is I could have dropped the Bellow first just to get the Affliction and then go for the Intimidate. But you really need the minus damage immediately if you want to make the Leopard not hurt all that much, so being safe here doesn't win you the match, I feel, but you know, failing 95s will also not win you the match. They go hopeless, so hopefully they get a pass or something. Hopefully, yeah. Let's see, did they do enough damage now? They might do enough damage with the heal. Yeah, that's enough. That's just unfortunate. That's just so unfortunate. My Crusader should not be at that store here. This is really saddening to see, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna heal my Crusader here with the Man at Arms assistance, and at this point, they're just gonna have consistent pressure onto my Crusaders. I'm just gonna have to keep healing, because once the character drops close to that store, it's not like they're gonna do less than 4 damage, I don't think. I mean, they could. They definitely could do less than 4 damage. Yeah, I'm actually not entirely sure if they do 4. They probably don't. I think they have a 3 to 5 on that. Yeah, they roll for 3. That's quite nice. That is exactly what we want here. I could go for a guard. That's definitely an idea. Who gets to go first next round? They do. So if I want to go for a guard, I have to be wary of when I use it. I think what I'll do here is probably just intimidate the Crusader even. So holy light.
The protocol has begun. The battlefield will open shortly.
魚座から水亀座へ。外ではこういうの見たことないのに。
The battlefield is now open.
が光るのでしょう。声優が触れてます。始めましょうか。しかも構成が決めてくれます。星が変化を導くでしょう。見えるでしょ。
ちょっと待ってて。
地下上から構成が決めてくれます。
Has been terminated. 美しい感じです。
外ではこういうの見たことないのに。答えを差し上げよう。どんな星が光るのでしょう。
Next phase initiated. A subject has been terminated.
基地の構成が出てきて。どんな星が光るのでしょう。 し休みながら空でも見てみましょうか。衝動と行動、訓練と意志。
燃やせるのは全て燃やし尽くすわ。
この島を暖かくする
A subject has been terminated. Phase 3 will begin shortly. Ally killing spree. Ally killing spree. Phase 3 has begun. A subject has been terminated. Subject has been terminated. Subject has been terminated. An enemy is consecutively eliminating survivors.
外ではこういうの見たことないのに。火星の時間です。月とつながりです。私の迷路が見える。
been terminated. Concluding protocol.
Lance doesn't hurt. It will probably hurt enough. But no, I'm gonna intimidate the Crusader. I feel like this is acceptable. They have 4 damage buffs, but I have 15 HP here in prod, so one thing you have to take into account is that Jester's finale damage gets considerably nerfed by protection. Protection just completely destroys the finale damage. Debuffs also help, but it's mostly those protection numbers that just make the finale not really too much of a threat. Of course, it's a threat when you have 1 HP, but other than that, it should be overall okay. They're gonna go Iron Swan again. Now, they are fearful and minus 20 damage, and I have 20 prod, so it shouldn't hurt all that much, but it still hits me for kind of a significant amount. Well, in that case, I definitely don't want them to get a kill here. I don't want them to get away with a kill. So I will probably just try healing the Crusader here. I could also go Abyssal Artillery. That's probably better, honestly. Just Abyssal Artillery. What if the Occultist dies? Do I just lose the match after then? Oh, I should really keep him alive, honestly. You know what? If they want to finale my Crusader, then so be it. I feel like it's a bit of a waste for them. I want to keep the Occultist alive because these bulls are just too good, and the Horror is just too good to pass up on. Sincerely, yeah. I feel like I should keep him alive at all costs here. So I'm just gonna drop a guard on him by the start of next round. I could have gone for a pull, but I mean, a pull into stun slash whatever you want to do. I don't feel like that would have been too smart. At least I don't feel like it. They're gonna go rally to the flame. Why? There's no way they can go for the leper. Yeah, absolutely no way they can go for the leper. So I'm just gonna drop the guard here and stay alive. I'm not sure if they want to take the Jester. I mean, I'm not sure if they want to take the Crusader here. Because they can definitely do it, obviously, but should they, is the question. After they do it, the leper moves back into position, but then I just drop a Demon's Pull. And then the Jester is essentially afflicted, and these two characters are still in the backline, still having a bad time. That's kind of what I want to do here. Are they going to go for the finale? The Hellion isn't dead yet, but okay, yeah, they are going to go for the finale, so 9 damage. Doesn't really matter too much how much damage they would do or not. It is good that they didn't get a crit. A crit here would have been kind of saddening. But yeah, since they didn't get it, I can now go for this. And very good thing about Chester dropping finale right now is that he's going to be dazed for 3 rounds. And yeah, that means that you can't pick the Chester and move back. By the start of round 6, so you can actually use your actions. You're just gonna have to wait until the end of the round for the Jester to move back. Of course, the Hellion doesn't know what moving back is. She literally does not have an option to move back, by the way. The Leper also doesn't, but you know, even the Flagellant has an option to move back. She's just very, very silly is what she is. So at this point, I feel like...
私がいなきゃダメ？
私の美しさに惚れてしまいましたか？
A bellow is warranted because it is gonna give me the perfect amount of strength to maybe get an affliction on this Crusader. Hopefully it doesn't go virtuous. No, he goes abusive, which is great. Well, it's plus damage, but it's also minus accuracy, and of course has a chance of stunning the other characters. And with the Sacred Blade, it's a bit of a better chance, so hopefully we see that come into effect. Hopefully. I'm not sure though. So Hopeless is the move Affliction. Hopeless could move forward. Sadly, Jester isn't afflicted yet, so there's not going to be an act out on that. And I could do this just to get an affliction. I could do this just to reduce damage significantly. Yeah.
The protocol has begun. The battlefield will open shortly.
美しさとは生まれ持ってくるものですよ。ご覧ください。本当に美しい装置ですね。
The battlefield is now open.
今のうちに移動します。ここですよ。注目してください。支援部隊います。移動します。
A subject has been terminated. A subject has been terminated. Double kill.
捕まえました。これは本当に美しい装置ですね。ここですよ。
A subject has been terminated. Double kill.
手よ。
Central area will open shortly.
小さな友よ。最初のダンスが終わっ
A
た。
subject has been terminated. A subject has been terminated.
美しさのためには休息が必要です。
A subject has been terminated.
ミング、ありがとう。私に集中し踊りましょうか。
A subject has been terminated. Double kill. A subject has been terminated. subject has been terminated. A subject has been terminated. A subject has been terminated. Phase 3 will begin shortly. Terminated. A subject has been terminated. Has been terminated. A subject has been terminated. An enemy is consecutively eliminating survivors. Double kill! Kill. 美しさのためには休息が必要です。 A subject has been terminated. Consecutively eliminating survivors. A subject has been terminated. A subject has been terminated. An enemy is eliminating survivors.
Oh, how does he do so much freaking damage? I got like freaking 200 defense. 67%. It do 60% of his damage, and he's still doing it. There's no way.
A subject has been terminated. Our team is in the lead. A subject has been terminated. A subject has been terminated. You've achieved victory.
Yeah, honestly, that's the best thing I can do at this point. Let's just do this on the leper. Maybe the leper says no to a heal, which would be great. If the leper says no to a heal, then the Crusader won't be able to remove the debuffs. But I don't feel like you should go Holy Lance here. I feel like you should heal, clear the debuffs. No, you're gonna go Holy Lance. Well, you can't go through the guard, that's for sure. I guess at this point we just go for another pull onto the Jester. Is that the way? Is that the way, I ask myself cluelessly. A Vessel Artillery would also feel quite good, but no, I will go for a pull here. I am content with dropping a pull here. Just making sure that your opponent's characters feel horrible is overall a good thing for us. yeah, and the Jester are just taking so much stress from these pulls that it's also going to be quite good. And if I get a crit, then I'm going to have plus healing skills, and that's really what I want. With plus healing skills, I'll just be able to heal up the Man-at-Arms or the Occultist significantly. Keep in mind that my Leopard might be a little bit low on HP, but I'll have Solemnity and I have 2 uses of them. So he's a very self-sustainable character. This is really a good matchup for him because he's not getting stunned, he's not getting DOT'd, he's not getting stressed, he's not getting disrupted. Really could not be too much better for this Leopard than what it is at this point. I think that here I'm definitely gonna have to go for another guard. I could risk it for the biscuit and just let this 35% chance come through, but I feel like that would be absolutely insane to do that, so I'm not gonna do it. I could actually intimidate here. I could intimidate. Yeah, that will get the affliction. Let's make him have a heart attack sooner, so let's do that. It's a big waste of stress, let's be honest. But at the same time, the horror also would have been a waste of stress, so this is overall good.